So, good morning. It is early, but to wait another 5 minutes, it will still be early, so we give it a start now. Good morning, welcome to all of you. This is the conference of the Digital Humanism Fellowship Program, a program that is run by the Institute for Human Sciences and Vienna's University of Technology. Greetings to all of you from our steering committee, all three of us, that is Professor Hannes Wertner, former Dean of the Faculty of Informatics at TU Wien, from Professor Stefan Wohltran, who is the head of the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning at the same place at the TU Wien, and from myself, Ludger Hagedorn, Permanent Fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences. A very quick announcement on the next minutes to come. We will continue now with a welcome address by Dr. Heinz Fischer. Heinz Fischer is the former president of the Federal Republic of Austria. We are very honored, very pleased, Heinz Fischer, that you're here to give this opening to our conference. Thank you for that. After that welcome, we will continue with an address by Professor Gerti Kappel, current Dean of the Faculty of Informatics at TU Wien, and then conclude the welcome with a welcome on behalf of the Ministry for Climate Action. Minister Leonore Gewessler, who was meant to be here today, could not make it, so we will have a welcome on behalf of the ministry by Michael Wiesmüller, who is the head of Key Enabling Technologies for Industrial Innovation at the ministry. Welcome to all of you, and Heinz Fischer, I'd like to call you to the stage now. Thank you so much for being with us.
Bitte auf den Techniker warten. That doesn't address me, I hope. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participants, dear friends. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to open this cutting-edge conference with so many outstanding and renowned Austrian and international experts in the fields of digitalization, artificial intelligence, and the manifold political, economic, and societal impacts and consequences of these new technologies. I'm delighted to welcome all of you in Vienna and therefore in Austria. You will find a great interest on these topics nowadays. Some of you may know that I served as the Federal Minister for Science and Research in Austria from 1983 to 87. Some of you may even not be born in these years, in the early 80s. And it was a very interesting period for me with lots of international contacts. Since then, universities, science and technological developments are of great interest for me. And I consider the flourishing of science, research and education as one of the most important issues for our societies. Figures and statistics show us now that the development of science and research in Austria is not top, of course, or unhappily, but it is over the average in Europe. What it was not some decades ago. In this year, 2023, 3.2% of our GDP will be spent for R&D. And when I was appointed minister 40 years ago, it was less than 1%. And including the Nobel Prize winner in physics from 22, namely Professor Anton Zeilinger, a good friend of mine, A total of 19 Nobel Prize winners were born within the borders of present-day Austria, and a total of 32 were born in the area that belonged to Austria before the end of World War I, what is long ago, as I confess. Distinguished participants, in the year 1984, a young scientist came to me in the ministry and spoke to me about something I didn't know anything about, namely artificial intelligence. That was quite new for me, but he was enthusiastic and convincing, so that I accepted his proposals or even his demands for some money and some manpower. His name was Dr. Robert Trappel. And he became, in my opinion, and for me personally, something like the father of artificial intelligence in Austria. He is still alive, and in my understanding, his achievements and contributions cannot be overestimated. I had a little hope to meet him here, but obviously he didn't manage, and that's a pity for me. I'm still not an expert in these fields, and I never was, but I'm happy that we are now hosting, or that you are now hosting, this conference here in Vienna at the Museumsquartier in collaboration with the Institute for Human Sciences. I want to thank all those who gave and will give their input into this conference as organizers or as participants, as speakers, discussants, and in particular to my good friend Ludger Hagedorn, who invited me in such a charming way that I couldn't say no, and I didn't want to say no. This conference comes at the most crucial moment of technological developments, when artificial intelligence and its many applications are becoming more and more a new reality in everyday life. There's no doubt that they will fundamentally change the way we live and work, and even how we see ourselves as human beings, or what it basically means to be a human being. The chances, as well as the risks of digitalization, are manifold, and the slightly provocative title, "Can Machines Save the World?" alludes to the many beneficial effects that artificial intelligence might have in a great number of fields. I don't want to enumerate them. But my personal answer to the question would be no, machines cannot save the world, only human beings, eventually with the help of machines, can save the world. And the world will never be saved once and forever. It will be a permanent and a never-ending challenge to keep the world as safe as possible. There is a great variety of different options and different ways how to go. This conference is organized by the Institute of Human Sciences together with the University of Technology, and I greet the Dean of the faculty, which is with us. And I want to say that 2 years ago, or I will cut this to be not too long. Finally, I think that this initiative, which bridges the approaches of humanities and the technological sciences is a valuable contribution to cope with the accelerating new challenges connected to digitalization. It is an encouraging signal that the Austrian Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology, I hope this is the right name, enumerating everything where this ministry is responsible, is supporting these goals and supporting this conference. So I want to tell you how happy I am that you have the energy to organize this. I will stay as long as I can, and I wish you every success in a field which is not my specialty, but I know about the relevance and significance, and I wish you every success. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome also from TU Wien, and especially from the Faculty of Informatics of TU Wien. It's a pleasure and honor to be here and especially speak after our former president. Can machines save the world? Who asked this question the first time? Or among others, the first time? It was Josef Weizenbaum. Josef Weizenbaum built one of the first, today we would call it chatbots. It was in 1968 when he built ELIZA at MIT. And it was a very simple, when you look at the code today, a very simple question answering system mimicking a psychologist. And he was most scared about the reactions which followed his program, which was now we don't need any psychologists anymore. The machine can do everything. Machines are intelligent and they take it over. This was in 1968. And out of these reactions of the environment and of his colleagues and also his students, he wrote a remarkable book. And the original English title was Computer Power and Human Reason, From Judgment to Calculation. I think the German translation is even better. Die Macht der Computer und die Ohnmacht der Vernunft. And since then, there was a huge kind of discussion movement about what are machines, what can machines do, and how can we develop as a society and as humankind. And I can really kind of echo the words of our former president. When you are the experts who will discuss this issue the next 2 days, but I also think the humans should be kind of in the driver's seat, and the humans are to blame if things go wrong, and they have the merits if the things go in the right direction. In fact, it was also Josef Weizenbaum who said, he's not afraid of the machines, he's afraid of the humans who are not able to deal with the machines. The Faculty of Informatics is at a technical university. That means we should know, and I can tell you, we know how to build the systems. There are technical solutions for building systems where the human is in the loop, where the human is in the center, where we are aware of all rights, of the civil rights, of the human rights, of the digital rights. I know that we have to work together with other sciences, with the sociologists, psychologists, with the political scientists. But let me say, as a dean of the Faculty of Informatics, I can tell you we also have the solutions. And we are really aware that we have to train our students. We are educating the future, who are building the systems of the future. Being aware of this responsibility, I can immediately do a little announcement that we will establish an own professorship in digital humanism, technology-oriented digital humanism, to be also to show to the public, to show to the politicians that this is a topic which we can't leave alone. We can't leave it to the others. We have to provide the solutions. And what you are discussing the next 2 days will be input for our further development. Thank you that you are here.
Good morning, everybody. Dear former President Fischer, dear Madam Dean Kappel, dear speakers from abroad and from Austria, dear guests and participants, I want to welcome you on behalf of the Austrian Federal Ministry for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. This is in fact the ministry with the longest name in the world. It's 12 words. I counted them and I pronounced them correctly. I first of all have to excuse Minister Gewessler, although we tried very hard. She's unable to attend. She had a very long night with the budget committee in the parliament yesterday, and she's now engaged in two different events here in Vienna and can't make it. But she likes the topic. She has been with our senior fellows in the past and sends the best greetings. This conference is a fruit of a lot of things. The first, of course, it's evident, but I just wanted to mention it. It's a fruit of this academic grassroots movement, which started some years ago, called Digital Humanism, which started in Vienna at the Technical University of Vienna. We had a founding conference in 2019 and a manifesto and hundreds of events since then. The last one, by the way, has been in the summer here in Vienna, a transatlantic summit on this topic in Vienna. The second route is the fellowship program, which has initially started quite a time ago. It was 17, 18, where we had the feeling in the ministry that something in the relation between technology and society is changing. And the working title of that program at the time was Rethinking Technology. And we got the idea and got contact with Shalini Randeria at that time, who was very open to this idea, bringing engineers, computer scientists together with people from social sciences, from humanities, and think about this topic. And at the time, we got noticed that there is this Vienna group on digital humanism, and it would be good to join forces, what we immediately did. So what we have now is a kind of tripartite cooperation between IWM, Technical University of Vienna, and the ministry. Ministry is funding this program. At the time, the guiding ideas of the program were quite simple. It was about discussing, analyzing a new understanding of digital technologies in a different way, in a new way, and under different perspectives, to better analyze, to better grasp, to better describe the impact of technologies on our societies, on our behavior, on our economies, even our politics. It's about, and it still is, about the interdependency between technology and the socio-economic sphere. It was important that we need different perspectives, as I said, so the Institute of IWM was a very perfect partner in this area. One quote I stumbled upon, I like quite much: after an age of specialization, we will need an age of despecialization, especially in the area of IT. The program, the fellowship program, went operational 2 years ago, in October 2021, and since then has brought up a long list of really outstanding personalities which we were able to bring to Vienna. Most of them are with us, our senior fellows, and I just will list them. So far has been Professor Edward Lee, Professor Alison Stenger, Professor Ricardo Bayet Yates, and our last senior fellow is in the first row, it's George Metakidis. All of them you will hear today. Our incoming senior fellow will be Viola Scafonati, and by this we will close the first period of our fellowship, and at the end of 2024 we expect Virginia Dignum as a new fellow. We have, of course, Hannes Wertner. He's a senior fellow as well, but he's also the curator and, so to say, the band leader of this whole initiative. We have several junior fellows. I will name them as well. The first one were Nena Mochnik and Kieran Haggerty. Then we had Lisa Meinecke and Pinjing Yang. We had Sergio Barbosa, Marika Grasso, and our last junior fellows are Hanna Kopecka and Liz Cahoon. Ladies and gentlemen, since this program is so successful and is a really great source of thrilling discussions and activities, I'm proud to announce that we have now a clear go for a second phase. So the years 24 to 26, we will be able to continue with this. I thought I'd give you some more ideas or a kind of first leitmotifs for the coming talks. Just some very few ideas. I think it's very, if we looking back, it's really astonishing that in a very short period of time, it's more or less a lifetime of my two children, young adults. The whole narrative on technology, not only in Europe or US and the Western countries, but pretty much around the world, this tech narrative, which have been preached over 2 decades, has been really deeply disrupted. If you look back at the beginning of the millennium here and speak from a European perspective, this was before the rise of the big tech and the tech giants. In Austria, in Europe, when we talked about technology, it was a kind of cheerful affirmation of technological progress. We were expecting always the next generation, faster, bigger, cheaper, smaller. It was a world freed from technological borders. The internet was the kind of machine behind globalization, bringing us all together to a global village. Digitalization networking promises transformation towards stable democracies, better jobs. Some of you will remember the concept of new economy. We were talking about new economy at the beginning of the century, so endless growth and so on. We were expecting the explosion of productivity, efficiency, and creativity. This was at the beginning of 2000. After the rise, the second phase after the rise of the big tech companies, 15 years ago or so, I would say, less positive news accumulated about the great digital promises. The sleek surface of modern technology began to crack. We had news about data misuse, abuse of power, precarious working conditions, tech companies, and extreme exploitation of natural resources. If you see the main idea was, well, this is collateral damages. It's a bug in the system. We have to learn how to get rid of those bugs. But with the support of civil society, whistleblowers, investigative journalists, WikiLeaks, citizen movements, a critical mass began to build up, indicating that these bugs in the systems were more a systemic feature, that elements of those collateral damages are a feature. The bug is a feature. So what we have seen now in the present, in the last 2 or 3 years, since this Vienna group was installed, we have seen, and I like this term, a kind of Cambric explosion of ethical discussions all around the world on every level. We have seen quite recently in this year leading researchers calling to slow down or pausing large-scale experiments with AI. Everybody knows it was signed by 1,500 professors, 50,000 people. We have seen a really great amount, an armada of fora, groups, regions, nations, international organizations, all trying to understand the nature of the problem, the challenge, and helping in a way or another to help the rule of law to reconquer lost ground. The greatest impact of technology on humankind is one headline, which is very present in those discussions, and some of them are even talking about the end of humanity as we know it. So this is a very good intro. The title of our conference gives a very good feeling about the ambiguity with respect to the disruption of this technology. Can machines save the world? Will there be a balance between human and AI? Will there be a shift towards humans? Will there be a shift towards AI? Can machines save the world? And this was very nice, Mrs. Kappel, that you mentioned this quote from Weizenbaum. There's a race between reason, Vernunft, and computers, the power of computers, and the question is who will win the race? Who will win the race? So I do think the questions are not just, they are very substantial and essential questions, and I'm very much looking forward to today's, now listening to the various perspectives that we might have on those questions. Thanks a lot, and let's start with the conference and the first keynote. Okay.
A warm welcome also from my side. My name is Hannes Wertner. I'm one of the guys organizing the conference and also trying to organize this Digital Humanism Initiative. I do not want to elaborate on the title anymore because so many things were said already. I just want to highlight what Heinz Fischer said. It's about the primacy of humans. It's about humans sitting in the wheels, human guiding the process. And this is at the core of digital humanism. Digital humanism says, okay, we have to develop human-centered technology. It's a human values and human needs, societal needs, which should guide this process, even if it's an evolutionary process, as Edward will explain us. But humans are at the center, and at the end, it's a political issue. And this is digital humanism, what it's about, and it's in very short word expressed the core of what we are doing, trying to understand what's happening, but as well to interfere with this development. So digital humanism is, by this definition, it's an idea, an approach, and at the same time, it's a community, it's an initiative of several hundred persons already worldwide participating in this joint idea and developing these different activities. This relates also to the title, Can Machines Save the World? Which you have expressed already, and this leads to the first, let's say, keynote, to the keynote of today, which says AI, where are we going? So this is directly related to this machines issue, intelligence machines and what can they do. And I'm really happy and proud that we can welcome an outstanding speaker on this issue, which is Joseph Zifakis. I have written so many things, but I'm not going to tell them all. He's one important thing. He's a Turing Prize winner, which is the Nobel Prize in informatics, on model checking, which is a part of computer-aided verification. And he's active in this field where, let's say, machines control machines or check machines in some way. So it's a part of this intelligent approach. He's a commander of the French Legion of Honor. I don't know the hierarchy of French honors, but it's one very high one. And what is also important, because about the content he will speak afterwards, I don't have to say that. He's a member of several international academies, honorary professorships and that. But one thing also of today, it's important. He is a member of both academies, which is the US American Academy of Science and Art, and at the same time of the Chinese Academy of Science. So he is a living bridge of principal countries in this world. And I'm very looking forward to our presentation.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Size? Yes. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very honored to give this talk about AI, where we are going. So to start, I will say that at present there is a lot of confusion about what is the final objective of AI, and there are two divergent opinions about that. Some talk about artificial general intelligence that can be achieved mainly through machine learning and its further developments, and these are some companies, amongst others. Okay, so they focus on super intelligent agents, and others, like me, see the goal of AI as building machines with human-level intelligence. And of course, we should agree on what is really human intelligence, and most importantly, on methods for comparing human intelligence and machine intelligence. Now, if you open a dictionary, you will see that intelligence is the ability to understand the world and acting purposefully. And it's clear for me that machines can do impressive things, outperforming humans in the execution of particular tasks, but cannot surpass humans in situational awareness, adaptation to changes, and creative thinking. I think that today we have weak AI, which means that we have only elements to build intelligent systems, but we have no principles to build really intelligent systems, and currently AI focuses only on intelligence assistance. This is my view about the evolution of AI systems. Today we have assistants, so systems that interact with human users. Okay, that's fine, but I think that what will be the most important in the future is to build AI monitors and end-to-end AI controllers, and this is a very, very big challenge. Today, AI monitors are extensively used to build the industrial systems. So what does an AI monitor? The system monitors a very complex system and makes predictions or detects critical situations. And of course, AI controllers will be very, very important in particular to be able to build autonomous systems. And I would like to talk a bit about autonomous systems because these are an important step toward building systems that exhibit human-level intelligence. So autonomous systems, they come from this vision of IoT to replace humans with autonomous agents. They support a paradigm of intelligent systems that goes far beyond machine learning systems, in my opinion. And these are distributed systems of agents, and each agent has to exhibit broad intelligence to manage dynamically changing sets of goals, cope with uncertainty of environments, and harmoniously collaborate with human agents. What I would like to emphasize here is that the realization of the autonomy vision is hampered by a lot of obstacles, the non-explainability of AI systems, but also by some very hard systems engineering problems that are unrelated to the fact that the agents are intelligent, and this is something we learned from the setbacks of the autonomous car industry. At present, there are two technical avenues to build autonomous systems. One is to go the traditional way,
to follow approaches that we have used to build systems for aircraft from production systems, but these approaches are defeated by the complexity of the problem. And then you have another approach that is to use end-to-end AI solutions, and this is followed by some big tech companies, but these solutions lack trustworthiness guarantees, and this is very important for the critical systems that are autonomous systems. Now, another important topic today is how we can guarantee properties of AI systems. Can we trust AI systems? Because AI systems are reputed to be black box systems, so trustworthiness of a system is characterized by a set of properties, and for AI systems, it is impossible to apply verification techniques that are essentially in traditional systems engineering. Also, AI safety has preoccupied authorities, as we know, and has been also the object of discussion in the recent summit in London. I am not optimistic about the outcome of these discussions. I mean, okay, we can, if you have questions, we can discuss about that. Now, in addition to trustworthy AI, there is a great deal of work on building AI systems that satisfy human-centric properties. And this is an interesting phenomenon, an interesting trend. So some people talk about responsible AI, AI systems that are ethically aligned to humans. Some attribute to AI systems mental attitudes like belief, desire, intention. And I find that all this work lacks foundation because it ignores a basic epistemic principle. When you claim that a system satisfies a property, this must be backed by a rigorous definition, of course, but method of validation. And these papers, all this work lacks background. So today, I would like to discuss this very important question, whether the properties of AI systems can be guaranteed in the same manner as the properties of traditional systems. I don't think so, but the question is whether we can transpose some of the existing techniques and what are the technical obstacles. So this is an outline of my talk. I will introduce autonomous systems, talk about the validation of intelligent systems, and talk about the future. Just a short discussion to clarify the distinction between automated systems that we have today and autonomous systems. So here you see 5 different types of systems. These systems continuously interact with their environment. For this, they need situation awareness, and they need to make decisions. A thermostat or a shut are very simple systems, and we can figure out the possible interactions with their environment. Now, for the chess robot, situation awareness is not a problem, but you know that we cannot figure out all the possible moves, and we have to plan dynamically, to use dynamic planners for this. Now, for football robot and autonomous cars, the problem becomes much harder because the agents have to analyze dynamically what happens in the environment and make dynamic decisions. So in this slide, I explain how we can characterize the behavior of an autonomous agent like an autopilot by 5 functions, in fact. So what is an autopilot? It's a reactive system that interacts here in the obvious manner by using sensors and actuators. So from sensors, it receives sensory information. These are frames. And to achieve situation awareness combines 2 functions, perception. So perception can be implemented by using neural networks typically, and the perception function will identify the obstacles around the car. And the reflection function has the role to build a semantic model of the external world. In order to understand the world, you need a model. And then the decision-making function combines 2 functions, goal management. So I have many different goals, and for each applicable goal, I will start a planner that will generate commands. So I hope you get the idea. And for self-driving cars, or in general for autonomous systems, you have many goals, and the goals may be conflicting, and this is the problem. For self-driving cars, you have short-term goals, such as staying on a trajectory or avoiding collision, and long-term goals, I'm here and I'm driving to a destination. So this is regarding the reactive behavior of the system, but what characterizes the behavior of an autonomous agent is that it is also proactive based on the use of knowledge, because it's very important to achieve adaptation in decision-making and improve situation awareness. And you see here I show a knowledge repository where I can have pre-stored knowledge, and then I have a self-learning system that will monitor information inside the agent and will update regularly the knowledge repository. So just to give you an example why knowledge management is important, if, for instance, my self-driving car has in front of it a certain type of track, and I have stored the properties of a track, I can have better predictability. I can know, for instance, the maximal speed, maximal acceleration, things like that. Or the self-learning function can estimate some parameters that are used in the decision-making process. So this is a vision. I published this vision in a paper many years ago. And I think that even today, we don't know how to build autonomous agents because of different types of complexities. Complexity of perception, this is well understood. Complexity of uncertainty from the environment, because in the environment you can have, because of lack of predictability, and complexity of decision, because, as I said, autonomous agents have to manage many different goals, and the goals are subject to different timing constraints. So if I change a goal, this change should be consistent with all the other goals I am pursuing. Now, what I would like to emphasize also is that if I know how to build an autonomous agent, this is not the end of the story, because this autonomous agent should be integrated in a complex cyber-physical environment, for instance, for self-driving cars, or it should be able to collaborate with human operators, and this is not a simple human-machine interaction problem. Typically, we had a lot of problems with self-driving car for level 3 autonomy. And then once you have implemented an agent, I have a self-driving car, the problem is how to coordinate the action of agents. And this is another hard problem. Typically, the coordination of agents should not impede the achievement of individual goals of agents, and the agents should collaborate to achieve global goals. For example, for systems of self-driving cars, you should avoid the bottlenecks. We have the best possible occupancy of the roads. So if the agents are selfish, as we say, they will fail. So in this slide, I try to show where we are today in this autonomy vision, considering that being intelligence is the product of two qualities. One is situation awareness, and the other is decision-making. So situation awareness, you can be situation aware for a single domain or many domains, and open world is for humans. And then you can make decisions for a simple agent and single goals or many goals, and then, of course, you can have a system of agents. I don't want to give details, but you see that today, with LLM, we have some coverage of multi-domain situation awareness. Still, situation awareness of LLMs is not the same as human situation awareness. But you see, in order to reach, to be able to build systems of autonomous agent, you should be able to achieve what I call collective intelligence. And humans have this ability to be collectively intelligent and to have social behavior. And this is something that we should be able to achieve also by when we develop autonomous systems. Something else I would like to explain is where's the state of the art when we try to build autonomous agent today. So we can take the traditional approach that allows building systems that are trustworthy and is defeated by the complexity of the problem. Another approach that is taken by big tech companies in the area of self-driving cars is to develop end-to-end AI solutions. You see here you have a huge neural network that receives frames and produces, say, steering angle, acceleration, deceleration signals, and there are commercially available platforms like this. Now, I believe that these platforms will never be used because of reliability issues. And also another problem is how to deploy these platforms and make risk analysis and apply systems engineering techniques. So in my view, we should strive to develop hybrid solutions. Hybrid solutions means that we will integrate in the same architecture data-based components, AI components, and model-based components. And I think that this is the future. Of course, doing this, we take the best from each approach, but this integration raises a lot of problems I don't have time to discuss. Now, let me talk about validation of intelligent systems. First, let's start with a clarification. Today, we have two different computing models. We have traditional computers that execute algorithms that are programmed, we understand, we can analyze what they do. And on the other hand, we have neural networks that can be trained to generate data-driven knowledge. This is implicit knowledge, and they learn to separate cats from dogs exactly as children do, okay? So we don't understand how they work. And I would like to emphasize that neural networks are not models, because the AI community talk about models, that neural networks are models. Models are representations of things that we use to explain and understand them, and of course they are essential for science and engineering. Also, it should be emphasized that neural networks do not execute algorithms, okay? We use algorithms to train them. And a way to understand the difference between neural networks and traditional computing systems is to figure out the difference between System 1 and System 2 thinking of Kahneman, okay? System 1, that is fast automated thinking, and System 2, conscious thinking. So traditional computers are close to conscious thinking. Something else that is discussed a lot in the AI community is explainability of AI systems, and I would like to give my definition of what it means for a system to be explainable. A system is explainable if I can find a model of the system that can be analyzed, and I can reason about the behavior of the system. And of course, explainability is very important in scientific disciplines, but also in traditional systems engineering. I give this without further comments. Now, what it means for a neural network to be explainable? It means that a neural network is a huge circuit. It has inputs and produces outputs. So explainability would mean that we can provide a characterization by a function that relates inputs to outputs. And this is theoretically possible. Why? Because we perfectly know what is the behavior of a node, okay? It's a linear function of the inputs to which we apply an activation function. Now, for real-life neural networks, we cannot do that because of complexity issues, and this is well understood. So for me, for real-life neural networks, explainability is a very hard problem. I don't know whether it will ever be possible to give a satisfactory answer. Of course, there are many papers that adopt weaker notions of observability, of explainability, sorry. But these notions do not provide enough information about the system behavior to study their properties. Now, I would like to say something about testing, because there are two approaches for system property validation, either by verification, and this is not possible for neural networks, or by testing. And testing is a controlled experiment, in fact. So verification allows validation of system properties, and it is widely used in systems engineering to get strong guarantees about safety and security and reliability. And testing is an essential part of the scientific method. We know this, and it is used to validate the observed behavior of a system, but it does not guarantee the validity of a safety property, only its falsification, okay? So it is extensively used to validate hardware, software, etc. The question is whether we can apply testing techniques to validate intelligent systems, so systems with components that are machine learning systems, AI systems. Now, what it means to test a system, I have a system. It's characterized by its input-output behavior, so input X, output Y, and you have to validate a property that is a relationship between X and Y. So here you have an oracle, and the oracle is a system that for a given experiment will decide whether this relation is satisfied or not, so the verdict is pass or fail. In practice, you need a test method. What does a test method? The test method will say how to choose the test cases and how to decide whether the process is successful or not. And this is very important because for systems you can have a huge or even an infinite number of test cases. And to do that, in practice, you need two functions, in fact. A coverage function. A coverage function says it gives a probability for a given set of test cases, the extent to which you explore the system behavior, and the score function says for a given set of experiments, it gives the likelihood that the system S satisfies P. I hope this is clear to you. And when you have these two functions, there is a very strong requirement that is the reproducibility requirement. So if I have two sets of experiments, the results, if they have the same coverage, the scores should be more or less the same within some margin. And this guarantees the objectivity of the method, okay? And this is very important. Now, here I make a comparison of the applicability of different test methods to physical systems, to a flight controller. So you see that because in that case we have models of the system, we can have very strong guarantees. And then you can apply test methods, for instance, in medicine to evaluate the efficiency of a vaccine. In that case, you apply statistics-based techniques. Now here I show three different types of intelligent systems. It's clear for ChatGPT, the scientific method is not applicable. Why it's not applicable? Because we cannot formalize the predicate P that will be used by the oracle. So it's excluded from the scientific method. For other types of systems, this is possible, but what we need is test methods, and we don't have this. So to summarize, test methods are limited to properties that can be rigorously specified and can be observed. And there are other technical details that I'm not going to discuss, but for the application of test method, adversarial exams of neural networks can be a problem because they jeopardize the reproducibility of the results. And just to show you an example, because I'm working on that, of what we need today to validate the properties of intelligent systems, probably you've seen this title in the news and the discussion that followed, this announcement that they claim that they have driven 10 billion autonomous miles in simulation. And of course, this is an argument that is not technically sound. Why? Because they don't explain how the real miles are, how the simulated miles are related to real miles. And for this, you need some theory. You need coverage criteria. We don't have such theory. And this is the problem that arises whenever you want to test intelligent systems, because you don't have any, you need some structure to reason about the system, you need a model, and we don't have this. Now, to finish, let me talk about the future. I don't know how much time is left.
You still have time.
Okay, I still have time, good. So, for some reason. Okay, so this is the third part of my talk, and where we are going. I think that where we go finally will depend on many different factors, and I try to enumerate some ones. So first of all, I think that it's important that the research community agrees on a concept of what is intelligence. I think that the autonomous systems encompass multifaceted concept of intelligence. There are multiple intelligence, this is clear, and this depends on the task that you want to perform. So to say that system 1 is smarter than system 2 is meaningless without specifying the type of task and also the criteria. So this is a first remark. The second remark is that human intelligence is not a general purpose, okay? Because some people say machines are more intelligent than humans in performing this task. This is not surprising even, okay? But the human intelligence is the result of evolution in a given physical environment, And if we consider human intelligence as a benchmark, then AI should be able to perform and coordinate a set of tasks that characterize human skills, because human intelligence is characterized by a set of skills and the ability to coordinate skills to solve problems. Now, something else I would like to emphasize is the complementarity between the ability of humans to reason in an abstract manner, and machines are very good at analyzing multidimensional data. So you have this kind of complementarity today, and of course it would be interesting to see, so can define this space of possible intelligence. So on the right top you can have, for instance, somebody who combines human and machine intelligence. The question is how we can bridge the gap between symbolic and concrete knowledge, and whether some of the abilities of humans, and this is true for LLMs, can be translated into computational intelligence, and this happens today with LLMs. Now, another important question is property validation of AI systems. I talked already about this tendency to ignore the limits that are imposed by systems engineering criteria and rigorous criteria. So all this discussion about ethical AI is, in my opinion, very superficial. And I mean, you can read very things that surprise. For instance, in a paper I read this: we cannot show that an agent always does the right thing, but only that its actions are taken for the right reasons. Okay, so think about that. Of course, testing ethical properties, it makes sense, but we should have systems that are explainable, and also the ethical properties should be, we should be able to monitor and test them, which means that we should agree on a model of what it means to behave ethically. I have been thinking about that for years. I think that there are possible answers. Now, something else. When it is impossible to apply scientific methods, as for LLMs, what guarantees we can provide? This is a legitimate question, in fact, okay? Because LLMs will be very useful. And some people propose, for instance, to apply qualification exams, because after all, LLMs will be able to pass some final exams in medicine, for instance, okay? Shall we trust an LLM to play the role of a doctor, okay? These are important questions, I think. However, we must not ignore two fundamental differences between neural networks and humans. That human thinking is robust, that humans may be consistently wrong or consistently right, okay? And this is something very, very important, especially when you want to communicate with somebody. And the other thing is that human thinking is based on common sense knowledge. So we can semantically control some errors, and we know that LLMs can make some obvious errors. So I think for property validation will be a very important question in the future. We should avoid debates about supposed human-centric property of machines without foundation, and strive to overcome the current limitations with clarity. I mean, we can imagine that we relax some of the requirements of the scientific method, but we should do that carefully. Now, let me talk about the risks, because this is a very important question. AI is not a threat. Clearly, threats come from this has been discussed by previous speakers, so I am not going to insist on that. Now, there are two types of risks: technology risks, and technology risks are hazards that compromise system ability to meet technical requirements. So I know the requirements, I design the system, and when the requirements are violated, then there is a technology risk. Now, for traditional systems, we know how to define safe security properties and how to design systems driven by requirement. This is a much harder problem for AI systems. So, for instance, for LLM, what if safety means that the LLM will not provide a certain type of information, how we train the LLM to avoid this, okay? And this is a question that technically is very hard. The other risks come from the use of the technology by humans. This is well understood. Now, what I would like to say also is that even if an LLM can generate deep fakes, and this can be considered as a violation of a safety requirement, we can always forbid the use of deep fakes. So the law can regulate also the use of technology. Now, for how we manage the risk. Technology risk, the answer is very simple. Since many centuries now, we know how to control the risk from technology. If you buy a toaster, for instance, it is guaranteed that if you use it properly, it will not kill you. Why? Because there are standards, and the standards are object of some international agreement, and also there are independent bodies that guarantee the application of the standards, and government agencies that supervise all this. Unfortunately, for ICT systems, and in particular for AI systems, we have no standards. So in some cases, in the United States, in absence of standards, they apply self-certification techniques. For instance, for AI systems in transportation, they allow the manufacturer, the manufacturer guarantees the safety of their products. I suppose that Mr. Tesla guarantees the safety of Tesla cars. And then for anthropogenic risks, I think we need a legal framework, and this legal framework in particular will find trade-offs between risks and benefits obtained, and these trade-offs are reflected in some dilemmas I show here. The well-known dilemma, protection of privacy versus security. I'm not going to discuss this. Or the dilemma, freedom of choice versus performance. Here the issue is not to give decision-making power to system if we are not sure that they use reliable information in an unbiased and natural way. This is clear. And of course, the gain in performance should be commensurate with the lack of human control. Now, another risk that is, I believe, a real risk and is not so much discussed is the division of work between humans and machines. Technological progress and innovation implies loss of skills. This is clear. And in particular, the use of levers, for instance, for primitive man has made the muscle power less necessary for his survival. Now, loss of muscle power is not as dramatic as the loss of the skill to produce knowledge and act responsibly, because this is the essence of human nature, I believe. And I don't think that the risk from AI comes from the fact that machines become more intelligent than humans and we are dominated like that. On the contrary, it is possible that humans become too dependent on machines, and humans are overwhelmed by the complexity of managing machines, or also by laziness and convenience, they give up completely. And this would be, I think this is the real risk from AI, and this would be a very bad scenario for humanity. Now, another risk, another problem is another factor that will determine the future of AI systems is whether we will be able to integrate AI in systems engineering techniques. This is something very important because we will have AIs everywhere, in any artifact. So we need to make some marriage between ICT and AI, and also systems engineering in general. And this poses non-trivial technical problems. I'm giving a list of these problems. We have new trends that disrupt traditional critical systems engineering. I mentioned end-to-end machine learning based solutions, also self-certification, the upgrades of the regular upgrades of critical software that we observe. Here the idea is that when a product will never be finished. In fact, systems will be evolvable, and the question is how to guarantee their dependability while they are evolvable. I mentioned two problems, systems engineering problem. One is a hybrid design. So will it be possible to integrate in design flows, traditional design flows, AI techniques, AI systems? I think that non-explainability will be always a problem of AI systems. But of course, we know since von Neumann how to build trusted systems from untrusted components. So we should think about that. And of course, a problem here is how to link symbolic and non-symbolic knowledge. For AI systems in particular, we should consider how restrictions on training data sets will allow for better predictability. Typically, for instance, when an LLM explains how to make a bomb, it sums up some information it has been trained for. And of course, explore new avenues for explainability. So system validation is marked, and this is inevitable, by a shift from rationalism to empiricism. Cannot apply verification techniques as in traditional systems engineering, so we will have to rely on testing and simulation. We will have weaker transconfidence guarantees that hopefully will be offset by the use of knowledge-based techniques. If not, we should keep humans in the loop, of course. And the transition from automation to autonomy cannot be progressive. We know this, and this is a big gap, and we will need to develop new scientific and engineering foundations. This will take some time. Now, to finish, I would like to discuss a topic I like very much, and I'm advocating for that. I think that our progress in building intelligent systems will ultimately depend on our ability to understand human intelligence, delving into human intelligence. And I think that to do that, mental phenomena are essential to understand this. And most projects today on human intelligence focus on brain as a system of circuits and neurons. And I think that as you cannot understand what does the hardware of your computer without understanding what does the software, which is immaterial, in fact, okay? So we should connect mental phenomena to what happens in the brain. And this is a big challenge. And okay, so I advocate for this. I think that we should mobilize the scientific community to explore what I call the Big Bang of consciousness, to understand how humans work as autonomous systems, okay? Some kind of autonomous systems. And here, this is a list of questions I discussed in a book I published recently. And I think this will require interdisciplinary collaboration between many disciplines here. And I think this is an endeavor that is worthwhile. And on this, I will stop. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joseph, also for keeping the time limits. Questions from the audience. I think I hope we have a mic. There's one question already. There's a second one. It will work. Let's go to George here in the first row. No, it does not work. This was now an empirical method, not a vision.
Now it works. Actually, it had a button that had to be pushed. Well, thank you for this tour de force of a talk. In the early part of your talk, you mentioned that you used the classification of AI assistants, AI monitors, AI controllers.
Yes.
Is it possible to conceive all of these combining to form a higher level AI assistant?
Yes, of course, yes. Then
Monitors.
you can take combinations. But the big challenge, I think the big challenge is to have end-to-end AI controllers that are trustworthy enough. This is the biggest challenge. Because as long as you have a human in the loop, then of course, okay, the humans can control whatever the system tells you. And also there are many monitors today, in any system, in any system that is sensitive system, okay? You have AI monitors today for security to detect, say, intrusion, okay? But these systems may produce false positives and things like that, okay? So you have systems, for instance, in a banking system that are trained, they know the profiles of all the users, and when something strange happens, then they raise some alarm. But there are many false positives, so the system's AI is not reliable enough to be used without human in the loop, okay?
And the second part of the question, if this is the case,
yes,
then
today is not safe.
Today,
yes.
Shouldn't we today have more benchmarks for AI being reliable assistants?
Oh, yes, but in the assistant you have a human in the loop, okay? So, of course, here the question is whether the assistant gives you a good advice or provides you information that should not be provided. This is now an issue that is extensively discussed. They talk about safe AI. When they talk about safe AI, this means that ChatGPT will not tell you how to build bombs, okay? Now, in systems engineering, there is a principle. If I build a system and I want to make it safe, from the beginning I should take care of that. I mean, if you design a flight controller, you are careful from the beginning and to make it safe. Now, these guys come with ChatGPT, go to the meetings and the hearings, and they say, this is ChatGPT, let's make it safe. But if ChatGPT has been trained, okay, to provide information that is unsafe, okay, so I think that we should revise, or the designers should be careful enough. But of course, training in that case will cost a lot of money, okay, because you have to filter the information to do that, okay. But if we are carefully train the system, because the systems, after all, are summarizers, LLMs, okay? They will not give an information that they have not found somewhere, okay? Yes, even for assistants, we should be more careful, yes.
There was a further questions in the audience. It was there, and then we have one. No, the gentleman in front of you.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for the talk.
Can everybody who is asking a question shortly introduce him and herself,
Yes,
that we know a little bit about you?
Yes, I'm Tommaso Dolci. I'm a PhD researcher with LIRO, the Irish Research Center for Software. So I have a couple of questions, mostly related to the human consciousness. Things you said. One
question.
Okay. Now, the first is, since you talk about weak AI at the beginning and the fact that we have only weak AI, do you agree with the Searle hypothesis that to achieve strong AI, the only way is to replicate the power of the actual human brain? And if so,
I'm not sure I understand the question. Can you repeat it? Because if I missed the beginning of the question. Okay, so.
Yes, so you were talking about the fact that currently we only have weak AI.
Yes.
And do you believe that in order to achieve strong AI, the only way possible is to actually replicate the power of the human brain, so have like sort of artificial brain, and this implies that we can only study.
I did not propose this, okay? I don't know how to replicate a human brain. I know how, perhaps we should understand how, and this is my proposal of the autonomous system architecture. My architecture, I think, characterizes key functions of the human brain. Of course, you need to add something more. These are issues I discuss in my book. But we cannot replicate what the human brain does. And also, if you want to capture human intelligence, you have to combine mental phenomena. I mean, it's very complex. I will not, this is completely, I mean, this is a venture that is risky. I believe, I mean, you can try to guess what is a possible characterization of human autonomy. This is possible. In fact, in my model, and it's not only my model, many people now believe that an autonomous system, and our brain behaves as an autonomous system, behaves like that, okay? So without trying to understand all the details, of course, if we understand some details that are useful, but we should engineer a system that imitates what the human brain or human mind does. We have sensory information, we have a model, we know that we have a model, so we have reflection, we make decisions, we understand also how we make decisions. Humans have a decision system that is value-based, and psychologists and others understand how, or more or less how, this works. So we have a lot of elements of this puzzle, and we should put all this together, but not try to replicate the human brain.
Now I take the freedom as a moderator and ask my question, because you were talking about autonomous systems, and now I'm learning from many philosophers we have discussed with, and there's a difference between autonomy understood from a philosophical point of view, which is free will. Because looking at your model of an autonomous system, we have a set of goals.
Yes.
They are enumerated somehow. You have a ranking of goals, and once you have engineered that. Yes. But human autonomy, in this sense, you have free will. You cannot forecast even in this set of limited numbers of goals. So should we, as computer science, we use the word autonomous, all of us, we are designing, yes, yes. But no, there is, let's say,
it's a good term, autonomy, yes.
Yes, okay,
so free will.
Yeah, free will.
Okay,
because you mentioned the human brain.
Yes, no, but of course, I mean, yes, so this is something I discussed extensively somewhere. So let's try to understand this, because there is a forced debate about whether free will exists or not. I mean, this is for me completely nonsense, okay? What matters is whether, how we feel subjectively about that. Subjectively, we understand that if I push it, I can push this button or not, okay? So nobody doubts that I have the free choice, okay? Now, is this free choice the result of some determinism, okay, but I don't understand? I don't care about that. I don't give a penny. So there are papers that say, oh, this is predetermined, etc. But I feel if I kill somebody, this has been predetermined how, okay? So I think that free will, I consider that, I want to stay on the phenomenological side of things, okay? Because if you try to understand what things are exactly, and this is an old debate also in physical science, is what is an electron? Yeah. An electron is a particle, or, okay. Stay on the phenomenological side, and for this you will agree that free will, okay, phenomenologically is something that we experience, okay? As you experience pain, okay? Pain is subjective. But pain, you study pain, I mean, to find the remedies against how to cure pain, okay?
But I would have some argument against it, but I'm not going I don't want to conquer this pain.
But let's stay on the logical
aspect. There is one last question. Or maybe let's take two of them, so the coffee break is shorter.
My name is Christoph Thun-Hohenstein. I will be on the concluding panel tomorrow. You mentioned in the context of autonomous systems, collective intelligence. I'm really intrigued by the notion of collective intelligence. Maybe you can briefly elaborate a little bit on it, and how does it also, and I probably didn't get it right, is it relevant also in the context of between machines and humans, maybe also between machines and other species? Can you elaborate briefly on that?
So about collective intelligence. So what it means, I have collective intelligence. I have many agents. Each agent is pursuing personal goals. And then at some point, if I want to have a system, these agents should collaborate also, synergize to meet global goals. And this issue of collective intelligence is a very hard problem, because we can study also societies of ants, for instance, okay, to see how they coordinate. So this involves algorithmic problems, okay, so distributed algorithms, but also you will need technology. And this, when you try to build such systems, you see that having intelligent agents separately is a small part of the problem of collective intelligence, okay? Collective intelligence means that you have the right distributed algorithms, you can create consensus, okay, among the agents and things like that. And this has nothing to do with AI, just to state it as simply as that, okay? And this is something that is completely neglected today, okay? And a lot of our intelligence comes from our social behavior, okay? And we behave socially. And also our intelligence has been developed because of social interaction, okay? And this is something very important that is completely ignored, at least by AI today, okay? I hope that someday.
There's one final question.
Allison Stanger. I'm currently Middlebury College, Harvard, Stanford, and the Santa Fe Institute. Thank you for a brilliant talk. I have two questions. You can ignore the second one if you like. The first one.
Question.
It's very short. The first one is, do you consider the human brain itself a representation of the solution to the NP-complete problem, even though humans themselves cannot solve the NP-complete problem? Second is Sam Altman discuss.
Pass to the second question directly.
The second is...
Sorry, I cannot answer this.
You cannot answer it? No. I love that question. Okay, think about it. I think it might be true. Okay, second one is Sam Altman discuss. Sam Altman, the claims he's making about AI, the founder of OpenAI. What are your views on that?
So what is the question here? Sam Altman? Yes, okay.
What the claims of Altman. The claims of Altman, who is the founder of OpenAI. And he made the claim on artificial general intelligence. Is this the claim you are?
Yes, okay. So these guys, okay, talk about artificial general intelligence, but they are unable to explain what is the target. I mean, the target is to build super intelligent agents, of course, but then how this compares to the initial challenge of AI to build machines that mimic human intelligence. If the reference, we should decide, because of course we can have super intelligent machines that perform tasks that humans cannot do. I mean, this is obvious to me, okay? But the question is, if the target is to have machines that mimic human intelligence, and I think everybody understands what human intelligence is about, okay? We understand the world and we act purposefully in the world to achieve some goals. And what characterizes human intelligence is not that we can perform tasks very well, okay? We can be very, we can do things that are completely wrong, but we know how to coordinate different skills to reach goals, okay? This is, and what is key, I did not have time to talk about that, is that humans are equipped with common sense knowledge. Some of this common sense knowledge is currently captured by LLMs, but it's still very superficial. Humans have this Common sense knowledge, this is a semantic model of the external world that is built, we don't know how, since our birth. And this is the semantic model that we use to understand language, but also what is important in human understanding is that sensory information is connected with this model. I will finish with an example. If I show you a stop sign partially covered with snow, you will say, oh, this is a stop sign. Why you say that this is a stop sign? Because you have a model of what is a stop sign, the color, the shape, etc. And you say this is a stop sign. If sensory information is not connected to the mental model, okay, you cannot do that. And the neural network should be trained to recognize stop signs in all weather conditions, okay? And this is the huge difference between humans and machines. The day we will have machines that can connect sensory information, data-based information to models, that will be, okay, a great advance. And this is the hardest problem I can figure out.
Thank you for the question, and let's give a big applause to Joseph. One additional remark, all the slides will be online afterwards because there was so much information in there that sometimes you need to think about it when you read the slides. So thank you again, and now we have coffee break and we start on 11 a.m. at the time. Okay, thank you.
So hello. We almost have the obligatory 5 to 6 minutes past 11. Let's have a start of the second session. I wait a moment until you have taken your seats.
So for this session, do you want me to kind of sit at a table during the other talk? Or
No, just give your talk here.
Yeah.
And then we will do it as we did now with Sifakis.
Yes.
Yeah?
So we'll do questions after each presentation.
After each presentation. Yeah. Good. So welcome back. Let's continue with the second session of today. Very happy I am to announce Helga Nowotny, very well known in Vienna and very well known beyond Vienna. Helga, it's great that you're joining us for this conference. Helga Nowotny was a founding member and former president of the ERC, European Research Council, and she is a professor emerita of science and technology studies at ETH in Zurich. I will keep this short. I just wanted to mention one thing about Helga before we start, and that is her latest publication with a very great title, a book from 2021. In AI We Trust is the English title. In the meantime, there is an Italian, a Spanish, and a Chinese translation, and recently also a German translation of the book. Also, the German translation, once again, has a very nice and inspiring title. Die KI sei mit euch is the German title, a book that was very, very well received. Just recently, 3 weeks ago or so, I read a review of it in the Frankfurter Allgemeine that was, I have to say, totally euphoric about this book. And it was, I think, on the one hand, a very good sum up of the book and also really a great appraisal of the book. Helga, we are very happy to have you here. Please.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And after this very good start that we had already, I would like to take you a bit back in history, and I would also like to paint a bigger picture about what we are talking. And we have heard already a lot about the human being in the loop, humans behind the machines that should save us. But I want to remind ourselves also that there is society. And the way how a technology impacts on society is just as important as looking at the way how a society shapes, appropriates, uses technology. So these are the two sides of the same process. And unless we look only at technology and we ascribe to technology this big impact that it does have, we notice that, we tend to forget what are the forces in society that shape the way how a technology is taken up and, and performs. Now, speaking about impact of AI, I have some water, but thank you. Sorry. The impact of AI, the title of my talk, AI as an Agent of Change, is a wordplay with a fantastic book by a historian, Elizabeth Eisenstein, who in 1980 published 3 volumes on the printing press as an agent of change. And this is an interesting way to look back in history. It had a huge impact, as we all know, the printing press, in Europe, but also beyond Europe, because printing was one of the technologies, the human technologies, that were carried from Europe out to the rest of the world, partly through colonial expansion and other ways. And it had an impact on business, because all of a sudden you had printing shops everywhere, you had new modes of financing these printing shops, new audience were created. it helped the spread of literacy, and of course, it was also the best way to circulate ideas. And this combination of ideas and people who connect with each other to share ideas, to make ideas circulate, take up, discuss, criticize, move on, this was facilitated by the printing press. And in Elizabeth Eisenstein's books, there are detailed description of these processes. But let me just highlight three that are important. It had a huge impact on modern science by the simple fact that you could now compare illustrations that previously had to be copied by hand with all the errors that happened, like in the medieval ages when the monks were transcribing the Bible. And all of a sudden you could compare, let's say, a graph of a plant, and you could look at precision and so on. And of course also the spread of ideas, scientific academies that started in Italy, in London, in St. Petersburg, etc., could exchange news, what was happening in science, much more rapidly than before. It had a huge impact in the religious sphere. The Reformation was partly due to the way that now ordinary people were encouraged to read the Bible instead of just listening to what the Catholic priest was telling them, and on the European Enlightenment. And so to think back of this and compare it whenever we make historical comparisons, partly it's about continuities, and of course there are lots of differences. This is obvious. And one of the differences has to do with the role of social media today. Also, it facilitates the exchange of messages, of ideas, of information, but we also witness the downside of it. The hate speech that is circulating, the erosion of trust that exists in the public sphere, and also because deepfakes were mentioned, this is of course something that did not exist in those days. There was propaganda, there was slander, you had fake news that were circulating, people were distributing pamphlets and so on, but nothing on the scale that we have now. And deepfakes is just one bit of an iceberg. I recently saw a figure that 70% of the deepfakes that exist now are pornographic. But this still leaves 30% of deepfakes that are not pornographic. And we know the kind of impact this can have, especially on democratic life and communication. So the title of Eisenstein's book, The Printing Press as an Agent of Change, invites the question, who is an agent of change? And the agent of change, we can say, well, if we look closer, was it really the printing press? Printing was invented, woodblock printing existed in China already in the 9th century. In Korea in the 13th century, so way before Gutenberg, there were metal type, moving types that again could be used for printing. Were the agents of change those who ran the printing shops? Were those who financed? Were those who enabled the printing, the readers, the writers, and so on? So what I mean to say by this is we have this conglomeration, this coming together and combination of different forms of agencies. All these people were involved in these processes. Very often they had different purposes. If you think of the religious authorities, they were partly forbidding books because they did not like the content, it challenged the dogmas. Partly you wanted to promote your own ideas. The same with secular authorities, There were all kinds of conflicts going on then and now. And of course, each one wants to have a voice. So, but all this coming together, if we speak about impact and an agent of change, we have to say either it's a metaphor, and metaphors are good for thinking, or we really have to go into detail, and then we see this very difficult to disentangle way how different agents and agencies that we give to technologies work together to create the outcome that we know. But again, taking a longer view backwards, we can also say what we are seeing now is what I call the outsourcing of knowledge operations. And by outsourcing, I mean this is one of the functions of technology, the first tools, outsourcing human capabilities. You leave something for the tool to achieve your goal. And of course, the first major outsourcing of a knowledge operation was the invention of writing that occurred several times in human history. And it had a huge impact in the sense that all of a sudden, people were confronted with what was written down from the past. Before, you had to rely on memory, on narratives, on what people were telling, my ancestors, received this wisdom from the gods or whatever it was. But all of a sudden, you could compare what was written down then and how you interpret it. And it gave rise, it also had social and political impact. It gave rise to a small group of rulers, of priests, of scribes that tried to monopolize this new technology of outsourcing the knowledge operation. The major next step is the printing press, and I don't have to say much more about it. Again, if we make a big jump forward, we come to the modern era of information and computer technologies, and the big impact that came with radio and television, the one-to-many communication, addressing a mass audience. And we know also the role that is played in the rise of Nazism, of other totalitarian regimes, the way that you can use the technology of one-to-many communication. And then seemingly, a more democratic version. Now we have communication many-to-many, but also the downside again, you can target individuals, you can target them very specifically. They tend to follow the principle of homophily, like sticks together with like, and then you have the bubbles and you have the fragmentation that we see today in society. And with generative AI, which is sort of one of the last developments in this longer view backwards, we are outsourcing the generation of knowledge in terms of writing new texts, composing new images, new sounds, music, etc. So again, it's an outsourcing. And of course, for all this, you need data. And the question that comes up is, of course, that of control. We need digital infrastructures in terms of energy, in terms of the material technology, but also in terms of organization, in terms of knowledge. And the question, who controls agency and the necessity of regulation. I will not say much more because there's a session about regulation tomorrow. So the question of control is one that is intimately connected to technology, because every technology is about control in the sense you want it to work. And if you can say it works, it means you have control over the function that you want the technology to perform. And the question that arises is, who is in control? Who controls technology? This is not necessarily the same persons. The users are different from the designers, the owners, the financiers, etc. And who uses technology to control whom? The question about surveillance, the fear that is there about who uses technology to control whom and for what purpose. Now, looking back again at the age of the printing press, it's interesting to see that the printing press had a big influence in the centralization of power and the rise of the nation state. Because printing enabled standardization. We heard about standardization before. Standardization, standardizing the language, standardizing administrative processes, economic processes, etc., all helped to the nation state to arise. And language existed in how many dialects and so on in every part of Europe. And by standardizing a national language, it also shaped the national identity. People identified with the country through their language, and again, this helped the centralization of power. And I find it an interesting parallel. What we see today is not that the nation states are empowered, but it's international corporations that are empowered. And we see this enormous concentration of economic power in the hand of a few large corporations. And of course, this poses a big challenge to governments. And again, we are back to regulation. What can Europe do? Europe is at the forefront of regulatory initiatives, regulatory attempts, but we live in a global world, and there is China and the US on the other sides. So how can the many challenges that governments have in terms of jobs, education, the medical system that will be transformed by AI, how can you keep a public health system affordable for all when you have, private companies pushing their wares and promising, as we know, greater efficiency and better diagnostic, better everything in terms of, this is just one of the examples. And then we also have, this is what economists of innovation keep telling us, we have AI as a general purpose technology or a systems technology. It's not identical, but it's somewhat similar. And a general purpose technology means that the whole economic system is pervaded, takes up, or percolating this new technology that in the end will transform everything. And this means it's a process. It does not happen from one day to another, but you may notice it from one day to another because it has to go through the various layers and levels of an economy until the small firm has to do precisely and can no longer escape of the market conditions that is already in the thrall of this kind of general purpose technology. Let me briefly come back to the question of, what is happening in terms of agency. And you have noticed already, we have to be careful when we use the word agent because it has a very precise meaning for those working in the computer field. And if you speak to a social scientist, they understand something that is completely different. So, but we understand, I'm not using a definition, but I think intuitively the sort of common sense understanding is that we set an action and the action does something in the environment. And if you take this very loose description, not a definition, description, what happens with AI, especially if you look at predictive algorithm that plays such an important role, is that we transfer human agency to the machine. We do this all the time, but here, because the cognitive relationship is involved, we give to the machine agency and we let it predict for ourselves. Prediction is great for science. But there you have rigorous ways of testing your predictions. When it comes to the social world, we are all at risk to believe the prediction we get. And there is the danger of self-fulfilling prophecies. This is an observation that was made by an American sociologist way back in the 30s. He was the first one to describe the process when, during the Depression in the US, the run on the bank set in. There was a rumor spreading, get your money out of the bank may no longer be liquid, and the result is obvious. People rushed to the bank, took out the money, and there was the default. And this sort of self-fulfilling prophecy is built into much of it when we forget that all algorithmic predictions are based on data from the past, and they are all couched in probabilities. And it's easy to forget that when you hear people that are taken in by it, and they, whenever I hear someone say, the computer knows me better, or the algorithm knows me better than myself, I think, you don't understand what you are saying, because it does not understand you better than yourself. And you're giving up so much of yourself that will be used perhaps also against you. And just because Gerti mentioned the ELISA program, one tragic incident that happened in Belgium a few weeks ago was the suicide of a person who was using a so-called therapeutic AI. It was an ELISA program. And he had been conversing with this program for a couple of weeks, and in the end, he interpreted what the program told him was, yes, it's a good idea to kill yourself, and he did. So these are, but this is, it's a tragic incident. But if you think of the fact that in the US in particular, there are hundreds of therapeutic AIs in circulation. Everyone who cannot afford to go to a real shrink, as they say in America, is a therapeutic psychiatrist, buys one of these programs, and they are completely unregulated, and there is no way of knowing the kind of harm and how to control the harm. And then there is, of course, this deep-seated fear of losing control. We have, this is deep in us because we want to be in control. The sense of being in control is vital for people to feel they can manage their life. And if they start to lose control, they are sliding down on a dangerous, slippery road. And behind it is also the question, maybe we are afraid of those who are behind the technology. So it's the technology, but also those who operate the technology. And we have plenty experience, again, from the last century, what can happen if you lose control to those who operate the technology. And last but not least, there are the anthropomorphic tendency, as the ELISA example shows. Daniel Dennett, the philosopher, has written a very nice book about it 10 years ago, The Intentional Stance, how this tendency is in us. We use it in everyday life, in everyday language, when we start to speak to our computer, our car, or the coffee machine, which is innocuous. But once people start to perceive that there is another human being in the ChatGPT or a similar way, it becomes something that we need to worry about. So there is a long road ahead of everything that we feel is not quite putting us at ease. There are many concerns, from jobs that will affect professionals and the middle class this time, no longer just the automation of the blue-collar workers. how fast it will be until new jobs will be created. There will be new jobs, no doubt, but how fast will it be? We don't know really how to combat against disinformation, the influence coming from outside, undermining our democracies and so on. So what can be done? And I think here it's about digital humanism, but it's also about how can we turn AI into a public good instead of leaving it in the hands of these few, and we even know the CEOs, we know their faces and names, and they are all over the place, and they keep bombarding us with the messages with which they want to influence us. How can we appropriate this technology and make it something that citizens feel comfortable with, that citizens can appropriate and can use for their benefits? If one looks at the literature, and I discovered this when I started to do research for my book, but I'm convinced it's still the case, you have this bifurcation. You have the techno-optimists, everything will be fine, it will be the solution for all our problems, and you have the apocalyptic versions, everything is going down the drain and we will be wiped out and the machines will take over. And I think one of the challenges also for digital humanism is somehow to bridge this gap between these this dichotomy, and to find a way to say there is a middle way, and we have to work on it, and it will keep changing, etc. And we have to bring in the voices of citizens. We have no clue how to do this. ChatGPT was an involuntary large experiment with millions of people around the world. Nobody asked them, are you consenting to enter this experiment? And generated data for OpenAI, all very nice for them, but where are the voices of citizens? It's an open question. And then you have something, I mean, I'm speaking here to an academic audience and researchers. I looked at the figures for public and private spending. RT, research and development figures for all OECD countries are rather similar. 2/3 come from the private side because development is typically done in companies, and 1/3 is public funding, universities, research institutions, etc. For AI research, it is 90% coming from private and 10% are public. This means universities are in a disadvantaged position. Basic research is happening also in firms. This has always been the case, but it cannot be made public because there's private ownership, etc. And universities have neither access to the kind of computational power they need, nor do they have the means to do the kind of monitoring, nor can they keep the young people that are trained, and many of them leave already for the much better paid positions. So we have a problem here. And instead of asking, can the machine save us, perhaps the underneath text that Hannes has not revealed to us as yet is, can digital humanism save us? So where are we today? I think the potential for science is enormous, and we see already quite a bit of uptake that is happening in the life sciences, in the geosciences, the sciences of the universe, etc., where this is, part of the way how science is being done. But I think we should have a closer look at what is actually happening in the life sciences. When you train an AI to look at potentially cancerous tissues, There are people who do this because they have been paid to train, but they have no idea what is a cancerous tissue, what does it look like. So to have an inner reflexive way of accompanying this process. Then we have fascinating new research questions. How is the brain functioning differently from the way how an AI functions? If a mathematician friend tells me he has been using an advanced version of generative AI for an algebraic problem, he was satisfied with the way how the algorithm, how the problem was solved. He said made some mistakes, but also a good mathematician would make mistakes. But the insight and the surprise was the way how to get to the solution was different from what a human mathematician would do. And this opens a number of questions, is it our way, the way how our brain functions, or is it mathematics and the way how mathematics has evolved? It started with the Chinese and Babylonians. We have a cultural history of mathematics. Is it part of this? Language, will our language change by using all these texts that are now being fed? How will it change? And then the question of identity, all these young people who spend hours and hours with this, digital other and speaking with it and sharing their feelings with them. How will it impact on their identity? Then there is the illusion of control. I will not go into that, and the role that science can play. And Richard Feynman, the physicist, at one point said, science has taught us what we need to do in order not to fool ourselves. And I think this is a big contribution that science has to make. Let's not fool ourselves. Thank you, and this is some of the nice covers from the translation of my book. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So, Helga, thank you so much for this presentation, for the overview from the printing press as an agent of change up to AI as an agent of change. We have roughly only 10 minutes or so for discussion, so I ask you to keep your questions short. I will start with a short one myself, and then Caspar will have the mic for all of you who want to add to that. My question relates to your background as a person that was crucially involved in funding agency, in funding research, European Research Council and so on. You had these very impressive figures of public versus private funding in AI, 90%, 10%. I take it that this is worldwide. My question is,
OECD.
Yeah, my question is, what is the most promising? Do you see a promising way to change this? And is there any model worldwide that tries to go a different way? I mean, we would want to think maybe that Europe is doing better in that regard, but maybe it's not the case. What about the Chinese model? So how is this situation worldwide?
Yeah, I can say nothing about how Chinese research is being funded, but I think, there are other people in the room who might be able to answer that. What I can say is it's true for the US and for Europe, and the US is, of course, the big player. Mm-hmm. And what can be done? I think the ERC has shown how important it is and how successful it can be if we support basic research. And it's the foundations that matter. And we stand at a point in time where the history of AI, I mean, yes, you can go back to Turing, etc. But basically, as a field, computer science, etc., has a relatively short history of 50 years something, yeah, or 70 years. And there were many interesting developments that were, for many reasons, not taken up. There was the AI winter, there was the thrust to symbolic AI, etc. And I think one interesting question for basic research would be, let's go back and let's look what could have been done then, the roads not taken, and do we have ways today to reformulate the question, to use some of the concepts that you could not answer in those days because you did not have, the technology, the techniques, the methods, etc. So, to go back and to have this historical look, a young field, many roads that were not taken, which are the alternatives that we might want to take now? And this is, only basic research can do this. Yeah. And the companies will not do it because they have their set research agenda. And this, how you can generate this, well, you start always, I always think you start locally. You start like we did with the Digital Humanism Manifesto in one place, and then, it happens also maybe in other places, but then you unite and you start to generate some kind of movements.
We continue with a question by Erich Brehm.
Yeah.
Thank you, Helga. As always, it's great to broaden your horizon with all the different aspects that this problem has. So thanks for that. But since you're an expert in research funding, many countries, including Austria, have a separation of research funds, one being devoted more to industry, where the idea and the objective obviously is funding industry and competitiveness, and then we have the research funds for science. Isn't one of the problems, to frame it as a question, that technology tends to be funded for the largest part through our industry programs, whereas the kind of maybe discourse and academic challenges of these technologies should happen probably without being industrially driven in the more basic research funds. And isn't that a challenge that we also have, that this is very often technology is perceived already as something industrial, when now we learn it should probably be also more addressed from the basic science funds?
I fully agree, but I can only say when I was not the only one. There was a movement towards the ERC. Scientists had lobbied for it and argued for it many times. And the change, in my view, when we could convince policymakers was when in Europe industry became denationalized. Because this was the first time that people started to realize, not just in Austria, everywhere, started to realize now our universities will provide the basic knowledge that industry also needs to be at the competitive edge, come from universities. And unless you feed, however, drip drop, the universities, this will not happen. And now these firms that became denationalized had to compete at an international market. And then they thought, well, maybe it's a good idea that we fund universities not as universities, but through basic research at EU level. And this was sort of, in my experience, the moment when policymakers start. So we have to come up with something, to make them realize they will lose out unless they start to invest, looking what are alternatives. Because we are at the beginning, and we can already see some lock-ins that occur, where it will be very difficult to change again, but other ways are open. So, it's a plea for this kind of openness, and if not research, where should it come from?
So time is somehow already over, but I think we should at least allow for one more question. We had a question here, please. Kasper, just one moment.
Thank you for your speech. I have shortly question. What do you think?
Would you shortly introduce yourself as well, please?
I'm Helen Sibriakova. My question is, what do you think, if the research in current moment situation important? Important the language, how we make this research. or not? Language, I mean the language like research language or symbolic language could be for research. Differences type of language. It is important for research for AI today or not?
Well, I think, without language, you cannot move anywhere. And the very fact that we are using large language models shows the importance of language. But the question is how you use them. And, thank you for the question, because it brings back to something that I forgot to mention. When we speak about these possible alternatives, I find we never ask the question, what is in German we have this very nice term, Weltbild. It's a kind of philosophical conception of the world. And we had the Wiener Kreis with its Weltbild, and there's a philosophical tradition of it. And the Weltbild, if I may use the German term, the Weltbild behind much of what we do to now is behaviorism. We train, we behave, we make the model behave in accordance with certain objectives. If you go back and if you look at Skinner and the huge literature on behaviorism, you will be surprised how much is behind. Nobody speaks about it, but I think it's worthwhile to start thinking about it.
Thank you so much, Helga Nowotny, for this talk, and I think we should have an applause for you. That was great. Thank you. And we will now straight away continue with a talk by Thomas Hay. Thomas Hay, I don't know if I would say that he is unique, but his biography is not common, let's say, because he has a PhD in history, precisely history and sociology of science, and he has an MA and BA from computer science. I don't think that this is a very condition to be met very often. That is great, and this is exactly what he will be speaking on today. Thomas Hay is coming to us from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. He is an award-winning author for several of his articles on the topic. His latest book was an MIT publication, 2021, A New History of Modern Computing. And he's now working on a new book project, as I understand, Artificial Intelligence, A Concise History, probably, hopefully also coming out with MIT again. This is in the making, I understand. And it is a book very much about the history of AI, also as a history of unfulfilled promises. And I suppose this is also something that we will hear about today. Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm very glad to be here and following such distinguished speakers. I'm going to try and make some connections with the talks that we've heard already. And one of them, I think, though, is I'm going to be looking more specifically at what AI has been. Not so much what it is now, but what it has been. And I think to not take for granted this category of AI, because I think when people talk about it, often it's a convenient thing to talk about, but the question is, what do we really mean when we talk about AI? What has been called AI? Why? Who by? How has that changed over time? I believe those are important questions. Yeah, so as you heard, I was trained in computer science in the early 90s, University of Manchester. Since then, I've become a historian. I've written about many aspects of the history of computing, including this big, big book here. And I'm currently writing a small book. So the challenge I've had is try and go from this big picture canvas of telling the entirety of the history of computing in a big book to telling the story of AI, about which there hasn't been a huge amount written historically to synthesize in a small book. So the question is, what's my through line on this? And having not thought about AI so much for a long time, after having been trained in it in the early 90s and coming back to it, what's also striking me is that what we call AI now has almost nothing in common on a technical level with what I learned AI was as a young computer scientist 30 years ago. So what's the through line in this history? And you pretty much have that in the title of this talk, AI, the History of a Brand. So I'm going to be discussing the idea of AI as a brand that is applied to demarcate and sell particular kinds of technologies. So I've got the structure of the talk. I'm going to talk in most detail about the very early years of AI, the 50s, early 60s, where that brand comes from, how it was different from cybernetics, what all this has to do with the idea of intelligence, and what do we even mean by artificial intelligence in that early period. Then I'm going to talk around this idea, which some of you may find provocative and or insulting if you are specialists in AI, about why I think it's important to draw out the brand-like qualities of AI and what I mean by this. And that's going to weave in some other parts of the history of AI over the rest of the 20th century. If I have time, I'm going to talk briefly with a few comparisons with other brands in computing and talk about what's unusual about the history of AI, which is basically that it went away and then came back again. So there are many things in computer science that have been hyped, talked about a lot, and then gone away. AI is almost unique in having made a comeback over the last 10 years. And it's an interesting question why this particular brand has been revived. And finish with a few comparisons. All right, so back to where my book is starting with the 1940s and the invention of the term AI in 1955. So the important thing to understand is you're probably tempted to look back and think AI was invented the moment people first said that computers could think. And it turns out this really isn't true. The language of thought and brains was around before the idea of AI was invented, and it was inseparable from early efforts to produce programmable digital computers. The origin of AI is basically the moment when people say most of what computers do isn't thinking, ironically. So I'm going to talk that idea through in this section. So the origin of the modern computer is pretty much universally taken as coming with John von Neumann's first draft of a report on the EDVAC in 1945. And it's interesting, so von Neumann was hanging out with the people who were, a couple of years later, were going to invent cybernetics. At this point, they hadn't got that word yet. They were talking about teleology, but it was basically the same kind of idea. So when he wrote this manuscript that defined the architecture of modern computers, it's very interesting. He wasn't talking about digital logic gates. He was talking about neurons. So the basic building block of digital logic, because it was believed at this point from McCulloch and Pitts that brains were basically digital switching systems. So he was calling the basic unit of digital logic a neuron. The basic building blocks of the modern computer, the subsystems for storage, memory, arithmetic, and so on, he called organs. And there was language there of stimulation and excitement to describe the functions of those things. So the idea that computers are associated with brains and this cybernetic idea of the equivalence of organisms and machines is right there in the founding document of computing. And that gets picked up here in the first popular treatment. So if you look at oral histories with distinguished computer scientists from early on, most of them tend to say, as a boy, because, they were boys, I learned about it from reading this book, Giant Brains, and I was so excited, and I knew that's what I wanted to do with my life. So the first mass market description of computer technology is literally in this book, Giant Brains, or Machines That Think. And again, this is 6 years before the term artificial intelligence is invented. So that takes that kind of idea and it says, digital computers are already thinking because brains are just networks of switches and computers are networks of switches. And basically even your thermostat is a very simple brain. It switches on and off. So it's an extreme kind of cybernetic equivalence. It does have some of the stuff that we'd think of as being AI, like machine translation, speech recognition, being talked about as possibilities. But computers are brains basically because they're made of switches. So in the book, you see this mechanical brain that you can build at home using a cardboard box, a couple of lights, and a few components that will do incredibly simple things, but is argued is a very simple mechanical brain. And the author of the book, Berkeley, would sell these kits as well, buy your own brain, build your own brain, So the language of computers thinking and being brains is not something that's invented with the origin of artificial intelligence. It's ubiquitous in the field in the early days. What does happen, oh, sorry, that should be 56. The Dartmouth Summer Research Project, the famous origin of artificial intelligence. So John McCarthy, newly hired as an assistant professor at Dartmouth College, his mentor Claude Shannon, a few other people, get together and put in a funding proposal, and about 20 people attend, including the 4 people later viewed as the co-founders of AI, the first 4 Turing Award winners in the area, McCarthy himself, Herbert Simon, Alan Newell, and Marvin Minsky. So the previous year, 55, they write the document requesting money from the Rockefeller Foundation. This is the first occurrence of the term artificial intelligence. So it's literally a term that is made up to get money. And McCarthy and Shannon were already working in this area. They'd organized something the previous year. They were putting out a volume called Automata Studies. So they also thought, well, Automata Studies doesn't seem to be doing what we want in terms of a brand here. The things we got are fairly narrowly focused on automata theory. We need a name for like the bigger, more exciting thing that's going to be thinking about cognition and computers and machines. So they came up with AI, and you can see here from the original description, some of these areas are still recognizable. So you've got neuron nets there, number 3, as part of the original scope of AI. Self-improvement and learning, randomness and creativity, programming computer to use a language. So there's a recognizable parallels between the scope of AI as it develops and what they propose in that original funding document. But the interesting question is, right, artificial intelligence. So when is a computer thinking? And as I said, they're backing off from the idea that a computer is thinking when it solves a differential equation or calculates a payroll, or that computers are inherently brains, to say that there are things that humans do that are intelligent, and computers will be thinking if we can program them to do those things that we associate with intelligence activity in humans. And they're drawn towards the things that seem to them as emblematic of the highest forms of human intelligence. And remember, these are elite privileged white men in the 1950s. So they tend to think that things like playing chess and proving mathematical theorems are the height of intelligence. And it's famous within the field of AI that we have a situation that the things that people thought would be really hard turned out to be relatively easy. And today, it's the things like driving a car, which would not have been viewed as evidence of exceptional intelligence in those circles, that we would view as being something that computers haven't yet accomplished and that would be a real step forward for AI, even though they can now play chess and have done for a long time better than any human. So Newell and Simon come to the meeting having already produced a computer program that would try and prove simple mathematical theorems. And Simon had a famous line here: over Christmas, Al Newell and I invented a thinking machine, right? So again, that is not the first declaration that computers think. It's the first declaration that essentially computers only think if they can do something like prove a mathematical theorem. And of course, there's Alan Turing's famous imitation game, later known as the Turing test, that was already there. So, okay, to fast forward over a lot of history, the AI agenda as it develops in AI, which institutionally is really a high-profile subfield of computer science in these days. So you need to consider the history of AI within the history of computer science, which unfortunately mostly has not been written. So although neural networks were there in the original proposal, the symbolic approach of things like Simon and Newell's theorem prover wins out. So it's the idea that computers manipulate symbols representing knowledge of the world according to algorithmic rules. As AI develops as a field, basically the existence of neural networks and what came to be called connectionist approaches are pretty much literally written out of AI textbooks by the 1980s. Search is the core technique in terms of algorithms, and there's an effort to find general-purpose reasoning methods that work across tasks. But what happens is people take something specific like playing chess, and they think that's going to be a great test case for some broadly applicable human-like way of thinking, and they finish up building an incredibly specialized thing that's very good at doing this one task. So unlike present-day learning algorithms, the techniques that AI-branded research does develop tend to be powerful but extremely narrow from this era. There's an assumption rhetorically always that doing these things is going to teach us valuable things about the way the human mind works. That, for the most part, I think doesn't really materialize. Leading also to the extreme position that if AI is working symbolically and formally in terms of symbols, there must be comparable mechanisms in the physical structure of the brain that are doing the same thing that computers do in terms of manipulating coded symbols. By the 70s, so we heard about Weizenbaum a couple times already, other critiques like Herbert Dreyfus, some of the idea that there are generalized reasoning mechanisms, basically you can take from philosophy textbooks and apply with a machine, is starting to seem a little bit untenable. The focus of the field shifts a lot to methods of knowledge representation and the idea of maybe focusing on micro-worlds and so on. But the symbolic approach is dominant from the 60s through to the 80s. I just want to throw in something. So this is going to be my second article in Communications with the ACM on this. It's coming out in a week or so. You may hear and see many slides that are basically copied from other slides because very few people have done real historical research on this. The idea that there have been a series of AI winters. And as I dug into the evidence a bit, I don't believe that's true. In particular, I think the claim that there was a widespread retrenchment in AI in the 70s following the publication in the UK of something called the Lighthill Report, I can't find evidence for it. So I looked in two places. First, Google Ngram, which is based on a large corpus of English language text. So it's a good way of seeing how often terms are coming up in conversation. And what we see is that AI initially is not as common as cybernetics or automata, but that it rises, it actually slacks off slightly in the late 60s, but through the 70s it rises consistently and overtakes cybernetics by 1980. And the other place I looked is in the membership of the ACM's SIG for artificial intelligence. And membership there almost tripled from 1973 to 1978. So I am not finding evidence for the idea that there's a broad retrenchment in AI in the 1970s, a so-called first AI winter. As far as I can see, that never happened. AI was also deeply entwined with with computer science. So the flagship computer science award, the Turing Award, established in the 1960s, of the first 10 winners, 4 were those 4 founders of AI. So AI was better represented than any other subfield of this emerging discipline of computer science in the early days. And then I think it was another 17 years before AI won another prize. So AI is there as kind of the intellectual high ground of computer science in the early days. And I think it gets displaced from that by theoretical computer science in the 70s. And those men are associated with the 3 leading institutions, MIT, Stanford, and Carnegie Mellon, which is worth saying are not just today still the leading places for AI, but they are the leading places for computer science in the US as a whole. So AI extremely important in the institution building of computer science in that crucial first decade. It's also lavishly funded. The Defense Department's ARPA, which is famous for funding the ARPANET, which becomes the internet, was a major funder of cutting-edge computer projects in this era, and they funded graphics and AI in a big way, as well as networking. And I talk about this part of the history in the first in my series, which came out in the June issue of Communications with the ACM. Okay, so why are we calling AI a brand? What does that come? Now, I'm not trying to be pejorative or insulting here, right? One of the things, I teach a class as well on the history of capitalism. Brands are actually really important things in the world. And lots of things have brand-like qualities. So I'm associated with a brand that sells much less well, the history of computing. And I kind of sometimes wish we could promote that as well as AI has been promoted. But even something like physics or diversity, equity, inclusion, or ethical investing and so on, those are brands as well. So it's more of a lens from which you can view these things as being essentially social movements that are seeking mind share and funding. But I find, compared with other subfields of computer science in particular, artificial intelligence has been unusually vague and changed over time in terms of what specific approaches it references. So one of the things a brand does, right? So this is the literal origin of the idea of a brand, right, on an animal. It designates ownership. So commercial brands are tightly managed and controlled. And this is fairly explicit in the case of AI. McCarthy himself later wrote that one of the reasons for inventing the term artificial intelligence was to escape associations with cybernetics, because the cybernetic brand was owned by Norbert Wiener. I wished to avoid having either to accept Norbert Wiener as a guru or having to argue with him, right? So he wanted his own brand that he and his friends could define the content and associations of. And the AI scope and agenda over those first decades was set by a very small group. So 30 years later, in 1977, when Pamela McCordick looked at the International Joint AI Conference, it was still dominated in terms of the keynote addresses by the founders and their students and by people associated with that handful of programs. I also looked at a sample of 7 early AI textbooks published in the 1970s. They had 8 authors between them. All of them held a degree from either MIT or Stanford. All right, and brands obviously sell things, and we see that with the invention of AI. So the AI branding sold, in particular, research projects to funding agencies like ARPA, and it sold labs and degree programs to students who were excited to come and work in this area. Then in the 80s, and again in the current moment, the AI brand was extremely successful in terms of selling investment in startup companies to venture capitalists, persuading companies to set up research groups around this exciting area, and persuading national governments to fund initiatives. The 5th generation project in Japan, ALVI and Esprit in Europe, right? And brands compete for market share. So there's not just one brand, you know, there's brands against each other. And if we look again at Ngram, we see that in the 80s, the AI brand really jumped ahead of these other concepts like heuristics, automata, cybernetics, etc. Right? So that's the big boom years of AI in its first really successful period in the 80s around expert systems. Brands are also aspirational, right? I mean, we've all seen, you know, if you read The Economist, I think every issue has got a Patek Philippe thing, and it's training those people to think, it's a good idea to spend $40,000 on a watch, because that's going to mean that I've really joined the elite club. And I think the discipline of AI has also been fundamentally aspirational, right? Because if you think about it, it's unusual. It's an area that's named after an unattainable objective, right? The very title is the thing that people have been trying and failing for almost 70 years now to accomplish. And brands impute qualities. So, right, I mean, you know, a Chanel handbag, you know, a Coach, right? Got Coach here, you know, a BMW. You don't have to be an automotive expert or know anything about leather to assume that if you buy something from BMW, it's going to be well engineered. If you buy something from Coach, it's going to be like a nice piece of leather craftsmanship. You might be able to buy a better bag that doesn't have the logo on, but that would require you to have expert knowledge to evaluate it. So we tend to, by calling something AI, imply that it has a connection to cognition and a larger mission, which if we called the same approach something different and more prosaic, we wouldn't. And brands also unite otherwise distinct things. So the Chanel range, right? I mean, No. 5 perfume, the original, you know, Triumph, an incredibly good project. What does it really have in common with a bag, a watch, or a lipstick? It's hard to say, right? I mean, it's not going to smell the same. Does the expertise translate? In the same kind of way, by branding certain technological approaches as AI, they get unified in a way that if you just look at the artifacts themselves in isolation, you wouldn't think of them the same way. Or, you know, if you're not into that, maybe you're into more masculine things, right? You know, you've got a Porsche, you know, very nice. You can get the same brand on sunglasses, on perfume, on a watch. What do they really have in common? Again, there's a kind of arbitrariness, but the branding implies that this disparate collection of things fit together somehow. So my big argument really here is, if you actually dig in and look at what's been called AI over time, the approaches that were called AI in the 50s, 60s, 70s are not what's called AI today. And even then, it's really association with those small number of elite research centers that got something called AI. So originally, basically, AI was operationally defined as figuring out how to program computers to do things that seem intelligent in humans that we can't do yet. So that's an element that when computers actually become able to do something, it's not considered AI anymore. And we don't tend to say, oh, computers can play chess better than us, therefore computers turn out to be more intelligent than us. Instead, we say, it looks like we were wrong, and being brilliant at chess doesn't require intelligence after all. So in terms of digital humanism, I think we've got this shrinking category of the human, because when computers do get good at doing something, we tend to stop thinking of that as a unique human accomplishment. And that's maybe why ChatGPT is so threatening to us, because it's just really good at bullshitting. And you'd think, well, if there's one thing the humans can do that the machines can't, at least, you know, it's that, right? And unfortunately, they've taken that away from us, and now that category of the human has shrunk a bit. But I do think, if you look closely at what's called AI, there's some arbitrariness. So I don't have much time. I'm just going to pick that top example, A-star search. So that's an algorithm for finding an efficient route through a network. Something like Google Maps is relying on algorithms of that kind. Now, that particular algorithm was created by an AI lab at Stanford Research International, funded by ARPA, branded as AI, to help a robot find its way across a room past obstacles. But when you dig in on the level of an algorithm, it's very similar to something called Dijkstra's algorithm. And Dijkstra, Edgar Dijkstra, famous computer scientist, no connection to AI. His algorithm is not seen as being part of AI or being related to human cognition. And if you broaden that out slightly, so much of what was called AI in the 20th century was really about search and optimization. And there are other areas of search and optimization, for example, linear programming from George Danzig, which are incredibly important. But they were associated with operations research, and no one thought that had anything to do with human cognition. So I think you have this kind of vague rhetorical thing. These techniques are going to help us understand the human mind. But when you dig into what AI actually does in terms of specific technologies, it starts to become very hard to say this AI-branded technology has something to do with human cognition, and this very similar technology that is associated, say, with automatic theorem proving, but isn't branded as AI, doesn't have anything to do with human cognition. So again, I think kind of challenge that category of AI. Brands outlive specific products, right? So say Hewlett-Packard started out building machines like this, Netflix started sending you DVDs in the mail. Those brands are alive and well today, but they are associated with completely different things. And in the same way, AI, which in the 70s was associated almost entirely with symbolic approaches, has, in the last 10 years, been redefined pretty much exclusively around deep learning and connectionist approaches. Brands can also be tarnished. So apparently there's a bit of a scandal about almost 20 years ago that Burberry was being associated too much with chavs and vulgar people, and they were worried that that would hurt the brand. In the same kind of way, I think the AI brand with the famous AI winter was something that was tarnished for a while. So AI got really hyped, kind of similar to today. In 1984, at the AI conference, there was this warning to sketch a worst-case scenario. Suppose that 5 years from now, the Strategic Computing Initiative collapses miserably as autonomous vehicles fail to roll. The fifth generation turns out to go anywhere. The Japanese government immediately gets out of computing. Every startup company fails. The big companies lose interest. And there's a backlash, so you can't get money for anything connected with AI. Everyone hurriedly changes the name of their research projects to something else. And all that basically happened by the end of the 80s. So if we look at, there really was an AI winter after that. So we see AI here peaking around about 1990, and by about 2018, it still hadn't reached that frequency in terms of general discourse that it had achieved back there. That surge in AI was very closely associated with the Expert Systems brand, which crashed and burned and never recovered. But the interesting thing we see here is machine learning comes up as a different brand and overtakes AI by about 2015. But AI itself begins to make a comeback, which is unusual in this. And what we see after the end of this data series is basically that the machine learning people reappropriate AI, rehabilitate the brand, and now AI is back on top. So today it's selling better than ever. Right, and it's very literally, and big companies are mentioning AI in their calls with analysts, to justify why this is a good company to invest in. Not just specialist AI companies like NVIDIA, which has done enormously well, but general purpose companies in industrials, consumer discretionary, and so on, are talking about AI all the time. Everyone is talking about AI, right? So weirdly, this old, formerly discredited brand now seems newer and fresher and more exciting than new brands like Web 3.0, blockchain, DeFi, or big data. It's even, and this was weird, because I thought, well, is this just an artifact? Let's Maybe the corpus changes over time. So let's just plot computer science. Unlike machine learning, has overtaken computer science by about 2017 in terms of how frequently it's mentioned, which was a little bit shocking to me. All right, so I just got a couple of minutes left. I'm going to go very fast through this section. I've studied other aspects of the history of computing, and one of them is the application of computers in business. And there are brands there as well, like electronic data processing, management information systems, which I've written about, that we used to sell computers in a big way by the late 60s. There was a huge wave of hype for management information systems. And you see in this area that pattern. So electronic data processing peaks and drops, MIS peaks and drops, knowledge management peaks and drops, big data analytics surge, but I'm sure they've already started to drop as well. But the interesting thing is AI peaks, drops, and returns, right? Why? The brand I've worked on that's closest to this in other areas is cashless society. I think there's a vagueness there that helps explain why that brand came back. You see, if you said we're going to make the EFTPOS society, that was an 80s buzzword, that sounds very dated. But cashless doesn't describe what we do, it just describes what we don't have. So I think that's why that's another brand that's been able to reinvent itself. But again, AI hyped a lot and failed decade after decade to live up to its promises, like this famous prediction here from Herb Simon, that within 10 years in one quote, within 25 years in another quote, from 1960, computers would be able to do pretty much any abstract thinking task in organizations better than humans. And that didn't happen, and it's been disrupted. I think one of the reasons why AI has had such longevity is the connection to science fiction. Because we know from science fiction that AI, yeah, is very dangerous and it may kill us, but we also know it's very powerful. And I think because AI established itself so much in science fiction, it's become a powerful touch point that has helped explain why the machine learning people sought to recapture this somewhat tainted brand. And if you think for a moment about that famous letter that everybody signed saying AI is as dangerous as climate change and nuclear weapons and it may kill us and we should worry about this. So that's an example of what my friend Lee Vinsel has called criti-hype, right? On the one hand, people in science technology studies can jump on this and be critics of AI, but you couldn't criticize it in a way that it actually amplifies the hype. So the people on both sides may disagree with each other, but they're united in the AI is incredibly important and dangerous kind of way. So I think if we say artificial intelligence poses a risk of human extinction, as a whole bunch of famous and distinguished people recently did, I mean, sure, that makes sense. We've all seen the movie, right? But if you say large language models are going to kill us all, I think maybe that sounds like something that needs a little bit more justification, or we should perhaps be like slightly less eager to believe. So to wrap up, I think we can see some continuities and discontinuities in terms of 20th century AI and the present day. And there are some real continuities. I'd say the hype, the fact that AI consistently needs the largest computers available, and that there's a very loose connection of AI-branded technology to human cognition are the continuities. But we've got the discontinuities, right? 20th century AI was mostly academic. It basically, I should need to wrap up here. It basically didn't work. So it stayed in labs and it was funded by governments. It was symbolic. It was all about heuristic search. It required explicitly formulated rules, which also made it possible for the system to explain itself. Knowledge was coded explicitly. And all those things are different with current AI. So again, I think the real through line here is not any kind of specific intellectual approach, but pretty much the brand, the hype. And we've got these reactions to GPT chatbots, right? Everybody is suddenly very concerned about GPT. You've got a line there to Eliza. But it's also interesting here how much, I mean, there is a large language model behind it, but ChatGPT as a system is clearly designed to imitate a human in a way that you can't explain just by saying, well, of course, it's got a predictive language model. It's definitely packaged with other technologies that are specifically designed to imitate a human. And just to finish here, we got, so from, this book is written by a distinguished AI researcher. It's kind of an insider history, published just 2 years ago. And it was just striking to me that he was saying, those chatbots have nothing to do with real AI. about a year before interest in AI came to be dominated by chatbots. So I found that interesting, also an example of the kind of loose connection between specific technologies and the evolution of the AI brand over time. So AI has been many things over time. Historians who are writing about the history of this are tending to look for long histories and maybe to say the history of AI is, say, the history of applied statistics. That's been a popular kind of meme recently. But of course, that ignores the fact that the dominant approaches to AI in the 70s and 80s were not statistical. So I think we need to be sensitive to these changes over time in what's been called AI, and that's why in my short book I'm focusing on the AI brand itself and how it's evolved over time, the specific techniques and technologies that have been branded as AI, and how AI developed as a subfield of computer science, looking at tangible things like textbooks, what's covered in college curriculum, and so on. And that's been my approach to the area. So, thank you.
So, thank you, Thomas. The history of a brand, the history of AI as a brand. You said you do not mean it pejoratively. You said you do not mean it as an insult. Nevertheless, you're very aware that this is a provocation. You presented this AI as the brand, even as a buzzword. You said a term to make money. And you presented it as, in your new book, you will present it as a luxury brand. And you have shown us very many examples of other luxury. I think this is an indicator of how up-to-date AI is, because until very recently, I think until like 2 or 3 months ago, Louis Vuitton was the most valuable European company in terms of market capitalization. I think it tells us quite a lot about our time and of your branding of AI as a luxury brand. It's a very interesting comparison. Only recently it was overtaken by this Danish company that is selling products for weight reduction. That's the most valuable European company nowadays. Quite fitting picture. Yeah, you want?
Yeah, and in fact, the owner of that company has, at some point during the last 2 years, spent time as the world's richest man in competition with Elon Musk, who also, in a way, has made a fortune out of branding.
We have some minutes to talk, and I'm sure there is many questions in the room. I would want to start and go ahead with one question. Portraying your project as I have done now, I have a question that maybe historians will not like, but I'm going to ask it anyway. So let's take this as the history of AI. What does it tell us about our current dealing with AI? Should it tell us we should be more cautious about it? And as I said in the beginning, I think your book is very much also a book about the unfulfilled promises of AI in the past. Does it tell us something about our current dealing with AI?
Well, it tells us that these cycles of hype have been here before, that eminent people making predictions that within 10 years AI will be capable of doing all these things has happened before, and it didn't come true then. It doesn't tell us it won't come true now, but at least we know there is a precedent for those promises being made very publicly, for generating enormous amounts of interest and enthusiasm. Right? We heard your former president this morning talking about the 80s and when he was the minister responsible and how exciting AI was as a field for investment then. And of course, what he didn't mention is that the promises made in the 80s didn't come true. It doesn't mean they won't come true now, but it might make us kind of question some of these things. On the other hand, though, the history of AI was so much the history of someone has an idea, and in a lab they produce something that is a toy system, but seems like it promises something, like the block worlds system, for example, Schrödinger, Winograd. That's one of the most famous. Or the theorem prover from Simon and Newell. And AI history and textbooks get written in terms of there was this approach in this system, this approach in this system, this approach in this system. And what they all tend to have in common is that they don't scale up to work on real things, and that they didn't work outside that specific narrow area. And what we see right now is backpropagation, generalized adversarial networks, these other techniques There's a handful of techniques that are proving to be widely applicable across broad areas that are actually going out there in the world and being applied and accomplishing things. And that's different from the previous history of AI. So you can find historical reasons to say it's the same thing again and the hype will flop and everyone is going to be disillusioned. I don't think ChatGPT is going to achieve generalized intelligence. I think, right, for example, I'll go that far. But you also can find reasons to say what's happening in AI is now fundamentally different from what happened in those previous things because people have discovered simple, widely applicable techniques that actually accomplish things across broadly different domains.
So time for your comments, questions. So you were first again, Erich.
Thanks for this wonderful overview. Now, as you certainly know, there are people who need to define AI, for example, because they are lawmakers and they are trying to produce AI laws, such as the European Commission. Would you have a piece of advice for them?
I think in most cases, most people would get better results by using different categories. So if you call it AI, you're saying the regulation that we need for technologies that produces deepfakes is the same regulation we need for self-driving cars, say. And I think if we say we need to regulate autonomous vehicles, and we also need to regulate generative AI, and we also need to regulate face recognition technologies, and we break it into those specific things where we actually know what we're talking about, and we're not just using this very vague, very hot, very fuzzy category that has no particularly coherent meaning, and I think fundamentally can't, we probably would get better results.
There's another question by George Kasper. Yeah.
As you pointed out, one of the first areas where machines dominated was chess. So yes. a good chess machine can beat the best human. Today, there are devoted audiences that pay to attend chess competitions by humans. There's no market for chess competitions by chess machines, which are better than humans. What's your take on that?
I think we can identify more with the human, right? I mean, as humans, I think we just have a bias towards seeing other humans do things. I mean, in the same kind of way, there is still an audience to watch Olympic weightlifting, and it's easy to produce a machine that can lift a larger weight than the best weightlifter, but you know, it's seeing the human body like grappling with the limits of what's possible for it that makes that a spectacle, I think. And I suspect something similar is at work with the interest in watching humans rather than machines to play chess.
Thanks for your presentation. And I would like to link with my question the two previous presentations, Helga's presentation and yours. Because when listening to you, we have like let's say, a sequence of inventions and new ideas, and it's like a flow of technology re-aggregated, whereas Helga is naming it a general purpose technology with some new qualities, which has this transformative power, which in your sense, listening to you, it's something like a continuity where you still have to look for this transformative power. How could you compare these two points of view, and maybe also to Helga the question?
Right. Well, I mean, Helga, of course, is drawing on these very broad historical parallels, this broad knowledge of STS, and saying, and this is true, right? So much of the hype around areas of computing is saying this is a fundamental historical rupture between anything that's happened before, right? History doesn't matter, rules don't apply, don't be cautious, you need to jump in because this new technology makes everything that's happened before in human history irrelevant. And as a historian of technology, of course, it's my job to say, no, it doesn't, right? We still need history. We've heard this hype before. This has been said about many previous technologies, and technologies that we now take for granted were indeed genuinely revolutionary in their day. So it's absolutely appropriate, I think, to compare it to the printing press and other things. I guess the question just would be, is it more meaningful to talk about AI in this context, or would it be more meaningful to talk specifically about, say, large language models? And the more I dig into this, the more I'm inclined to say, I mean, we talk about this as an actors category versus an analytical category. And if I, as a historian, frame what I'm doing in terms of AI, then it's difficult because what's been meant by AI has changed so fundamentally over the course of the history. And also, I've come to view it as an extremely arbitrary kind of thing that doesn't have a particular connection with distinct technologies or with human cognition, but really to do with these elite, well-connected groups that have controlled, like, the AI brand within computer science. So that would make me reluctant to adopt it as an analytical category and try and get that distance from it to treat it as an actors category. So in that, I think the difference would be that I would be more reluctant to treat AI as a distinct technology like the printing press.
Helga, would you want to react? No? Okay. So then I think we call this the morning session, the second morning session. First of all, I would want to thank you, Thomas, and then after the applause, I will have a short announcement. So, Thomas Hay, thank you very much for this great presentation. So, all of you here, please feel invited for lunch. We will have a lunch in the back of the room, served by Canapé Schmiede. Stay for the lunch, and then after lunch, we will continue at 2 with a talk by Edward Lee. And regarding Edward Lee, I also have a little announcement that I can already make now and that I can repeat again after lunch. We are a bit proud that we have managed to publish a book in German translation by Edward Lee. So this, unfortunately, only holds for the German native speakers here. It's the last 2 chapters of Edward Lee's great book on co-evolution, the intertwining of human and machines. There's a German edition of it. We have it in the somewhere at the entrance. You might have seen it. I got a few copies from the publisher that I have available for whoever is interested in it. Please contact me. And otherwise, I wish you a very nice lunch and see you back afterwards. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the second session on humans and machines. Just wait a few seconds, people are arriving. In the meantime, I can introduce myself, that's not so important. My name is Stefan Woltram from TU Wien, and I have the great pleasure to chair this session now, where we will have two distinguished speakers, and I'm very happy to have one person from computer science, and we have one person from biological sciences, which I think nicely fits to the topic of these sessions we have here. And what is remarkable about the two persons, which I will introduce, of course, later a bit more in detail, is that both consider evolution to be a key concept to understand how our minds work, how machines work, and how the world is evolving at the end. So it is really a great pleasure to welcome Edward Lee here as a first speaker. He is professor at University of California, Berkeley, and in the computer science community, he's very, very well known for his work on cyber-physical systems. He received a lot of awards, a lot of honors. I only mention one of them, which is important for us because he's a honorary doctorate at TU Wien. And recently he turned his attention, his investigations more towards philosophical, societal implications of digitalization in general and AI in particular, and also did some public textbooks for the public. And one of them, Ludger already mentioned before, is the Co-Evolution textbook, which is now available in German. It's still available. There are still some editions left, as I learned from Ludger. And I think the German title is even better reflects also the idea of this session. Now it's called Co-Evolution, as in the English one, and then Symbiose zwischen Mensch und Maschine. Okay? But now we will hear a little bit more about the rational machines. And we are very happy to have you here, Edward. Stage is yours.
Thank you, Stefan. Yes, the honorary doctorate from TU Wien is, I think, absolutely my favorite of the awards that I've gotten. So I thank those in the room who were involved with that. So it's a real pleasure to be here, and it's very important. The question mark at the end of the title here is the most important of the characters there, right? It's, you know, in any text, there are things that stand out. That question mark is really central. So let's talk about rationality, and I think that we all have kind of intuitive notions of what we mean by rationality, and we tend to put in opposition things like logical thinking versus intuitive thinking, reasoning versus creativity, being dispassionate versus being emotional. And I think that many of us sort of instinctively would put machines on the left here and humans on the right. And I'm going to question this dichotomy, and in fact, that's really sort of central here. So first I'd like to just read you a quote from a really classic computer programming book called The Structure and Interpretation of Computer Programs by Abelson and Sussman, which was published in 1985 and has been one of the real mainstays in computer science. But in the preface to the book, they write that the computer revolution is a revolution in the way we think and in the way we express what we think. The essence of this change is the emergence of what might be best called procedural epistemology, the study of the structure of knowledge from an imperative point of view, as opposed to the more declarative point of view taken by classical mathematical subjects. I would add to that also in opposition to more intuitive knowledge. But mathematics provides a framework for dealing with notions of what is, whereas computation provides a framework for dealing precisely with notions of how to. So this idea of procedural epistemology, to me, was always really quite fascinating. I mean, knowledge as procedure, right? This means that, you know, an algorithm is really more than just a way to accomplish something. It's also a way to know something, to understand something. And so what is an algorithm? Well, you start with some input data, you follow a sequence of steps where each step follows well-defined rules, and the sequence terminates with a conclusion. And if you further limit the data that you're working with to a discrete set, then you get, then the set of algorithms is equivalent to Turing machines. And so this is a concept in computer science that is often called the universality of computation, which is an extremely misleading term. I've written about this in my book. Computation is not universal, but there is a class of algorithms which follow this pattern, which is essentially can be carried out by any machine that has a certain set of properties. So it's that sense in which there's a universality. What about human rationality? Well, you know, a rational process, I mean, there's many ways you can define human rationality, but I'm going to zero in on a definition that really comes from Herb Simon, who might be, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he might be the only person to have gotten both a Nobel Prize and a Turing Award. He got the Nobel Prize in economics for his concept of bounded rationality. And in this concept, he very much defines human rationality as an algorithm in very much the way that I described it. It's about step-by-step reasoning using clearly explicable rules of logic. And his observation in the context of economics, it's still true. In fact, if you take like an Economics 101 class, you learn about these ways of writing down mathematical formulas that tell you how an economy will behave if every agent behaves rationally. And behaving rationally means maximizing their own individual utility. And Simon said that, bullshit, humans are actually not capable of doing that optimization of rationalizing their own utility. And he showed this by simply showing that the optimization function that the economists supposed humans were solving was intractable to humans. There were simply too many steps of logic required to solve that optimization problem, and that we are, as humans, incapable of doing that, okay? But computers actually are not daunted by a very large number of steps. They're really quite capable of carrying out, you know, billions of steps, which is something that is well beyond the cognitive ability of humans. Okay, so there's a relationship here, right? When we talk about procedural epistemology, okay, knowledge as procedure, and we put it in the context of Herb Simon's notion of rationality, then we realize that our knowledge as procedure is limited to short procedures, not long procedures, because we really don't have the capability of gaining knowledge in procedures that are simply too complex for our cognitive minds to handle. Okay, so, but nevertheless, this idea that a computer program represents knowledge by representing procedure, to me, is, I think, rather central to what I would call now the first computer revolution. But now we have the second computer revolution. And you know, this morning, I think Thomas was saying that things are overhyped. I'm not actually sure they are, okay? But I like the way you described it as, you know, maybe what we have is a new printing press. It's a new fundamental technology. And I think that that's exactly right. I think that's really what we're looking at, is a new technology. And I think it's distinctly different from the procedural epistemology of the first computer revolution. So the question that I'm raising in this talk is, are these foundation models, which is the term that's often used for the combination of the large language models and the text-to-image kinds of models. They have some commonality in the underlying mechanisms. Sifakis is right, by the way. I think calling these models is really confusing to people who have worked on models before. So, but nevertheless, this is kind of established terminology. So my question is, are these foundation models usefully understood as rational machines? Are they, in fact, embodiments of some form of procedural epistemology? And so my essential claim is that these new machines are not about procedural epistemology, and that that's simply a misunderstanding, and it's a misunderstanding that comes from the understanding that we have of computers and the role that computers have played in the past. But I think that role has changed really dramatically in the last year, okay? Just in the last year. So this question, right, are the machines on the left or on the right or both, okay? So when people talk about this, what's happening with the large language models being overhyped, there's often very smart people who will try to dismiss what's going on, right? They say the machines make stuff up, okay? Well, yeah. In fact, making stuff up is something that we actually value in humans. We call it creativity. Here are two images that were created by text-to-image tools. The one on the left by DALL-E 2, the one on the right by Midjourney. And both of them were selected for first prizes in pretty serious competitions. Okay, the one on the left was a worldwide competition that's really a real prize for photographers, and the prompter who submitted it, Boris Eldegsen, he didn't hide the fact that it was created by an AI. And in fact, he declined the prize when it was selected for that for the grand prize in this open creative category. I find it fascinating that this image has light leaks, right? The light on the side, there's the button, okay, right here, is from, you know, when it's mishandling of the film, that light leaks into the film before you develop it. So that's interesting. But, you know, we can have a tremendous debate about whether this really is an AI-created artwork, and at a certain level it's not, right? Because I'm pretty sure that Eldegsen probably ran thousands of prompts through DALL-E 2 and threw away the vast majority of them, which really weren't interesting. And so to some degree, you could argue that Eldegsen was just using this as a new creative medium rather than as the creator of the artwork itself. But the fact is that he was taking advantage of the fact that the machine makes stuff up, right? It was not working with photographs of real people or real film. It was making stuff up. And so the fact that the machines make stuff up is a problem only if you think of them in this context of procedural epistemology, where you do not expect something that is about procedural epistemology to make stuff up, right? So there's a change in mindset there. There's another way in which people tend to dismiss the machines. They say, well, okay, they're all just trained on the internet, so they're just plagiarizing the internet. So when I first talked about this, I just did a little experiment with ChatGPT where, whoops, sorry. I asked it to please express in the style of the parrot that today's large language model AIs are merely repeating content that they have harvested from the internet and are therefore plagiarizing written material, material written by humans. Okay, so ahoy there, me hearties. Listen up, ye scurvy dogs. These fancy newfangled large language model AIs be naught but mere parrots squawking the same old content they've swiped from the interwebs. They be nothing but thieving scallywags, plagiarizing what us humans have worked so hard to write. Aye, 'tis a sad day when machines be stealing our hard-earned words. Arg. There is no reasonable definition of plagiarism under which you could call this plagiarism, okay? That text does not exist on the internet. It has never been written before, all right? I gave a talk on this subject in Spanish a few weeks ago, and I wrote this same prompt in Spanish, and I got a very different answer, which was actually far better than this one. It had beautiful metaphors about sailing metaphors, okay, about, you know, sailing through the sea of data. It was truly amazing, okay? This is not plagiarism, okay? These machines are not being stochastic parrots. They do make mistakes, right? I mean, you know, here's an article from just a couple of weeks ago from Ars Technica, where they reported that Google was, interestingly enough, using an interface to ChatGPT provided by Quora to give you a little snippet of text before giving you the list of search matches. And this guy, Tyler, I'm not sure how you pronounce his name, Glale maybe, asked Google if you can melt eggs. And Google came back confidently, yes, an egg can be melted. So I asked DALL-E 2 to give me images of melting eggs, and this is what I got, it's these two. So they make mistakes, but let's look a little bit more deeply at these mistakes, okay? So here's an example from a really wonderful paper. If you want to really get insight into these large language models and you don't want to spend hours interacting with them, read this paper, okay? It's by a bunch of Microsoft artists, researchers that are AI experts. And the paper is quite long. It's more than 100 pages, okay? And then it has a whole bunch of appendices. So it'll take you a while to read it, but a lot less time than it'll take you to do all these experiments yourself, okay? But they're looking at a whole bunch of different aspects of the large language models, and they were comparing GPT 3.5 against GPT 4 to sort of understand the increment between them as the scale increased, okay? So this was asking GPT-4 to simplify an arithmetic expression, okay? This is just algebra. This is high school algebra. So you got a high school algebra expression, and it does a calculation and gives you a wrong answer, all right? It's wrong. Then they just did a follow-up prompt and asked it to break down the steps and do it step by step. And when asked to do it step by step, it gave the right answer. Okay, so you got a simplification that was perfect. And they speculate in the paper that, well, okay, this skipping of steps is something that you see in the training data, right? There's going to be a lot of algebra training data where you go from one expression to another without detailing all the steps that you took to get there. And so a prediction engine that's been trained on that will sometimes have this tendency to go ahead and skip the steps. To me, however, one of the most fascinating things about this is that this is a very human-like pattern for making mistakes. You know, I see this when I'm grading midterm exams at Berkeley all the time, where students just skip steps and they make a mistake. And if they don't skip the steps, they don't make a mistake. And so that human-like aspect of the mistakes is interesting, but there's something really more fundamentally interesting, which I'd like to get to, but before I do that, let me give you a more elaborate example, okay? Just to give you a sense of what the machines are actually capable of doing. So this is just a picture from this paper by Bubeck and company. So let me just zero in on the prompt. So what they asked the machines was, you know, this word problem. Within the duration of a year, rabbit population first multiplies itself by a factor of A, and on the last day of the year, B rabbits are taken by humans for adoption. Suppose that on the first day of the first year, there are X rabbits. We know that exactly 3 years afterwards, there will be a population of 27X minus 26 rabbits. What are the values of A and B? Okay, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but my head's spinning, okay? I already feeling like this is going to take me a while to figure this out, right? Well, but these machines spit out answers right away, and ChatGPT, which was GPT 3.5 at the time, which was just a few months ago, gave a wrong answer, but if you read through the reasoning is actually pretty darn good. And you could easily get this answer from a smart high school student, you know, who's taking a college entrance exam. And they might come up with the same wrong answer for the same reasons. GPT-4 got the correct answer, but it made a very subtle implicit assumption halfway through that might have actually led to an error. In this particular case, it doesn't lead to an error, okay? But it got the answer right. Now, the thing that I'd like to point out, which is a surprise to people who are outside the field, is that these programs are not using the arithmetic capabilities of the machine. They're not using a symbolic algebra engine to work on symbolic algebra. They're just using token prediction. They're using a language model, okay? They're using a model that, given a sequence of tokens, tries to figure out what the next token is going to be. There is no concept of number built into that notion of prediction. There is no concept of abstracting a number into a variable built into that prediction. Those concepts are not there. They emerged from the training, okay? That, to me, is unbelievably unexpected and game-changing, okay? I fear, I mean, one of the things they do in this paper is that they actually experiment with trying to get the machines to actually use computers to help them solve problems. So they connected up, they told ChatGPT that they have a symbolic algebra program that can solve certain kinds of problems, and then gave it a problem and said, formulate this as something that you can give to the symbolic algebra program. And then they gave it the answer that the symbolic algebra program gave and had it continue from there. And that partnership, I think Thomas was talking, or maybe it was Joseph that was talking about, it was Joseph, yes, that was talking about, you know, mixing symbolic techniques with these non-symbolic techniques as being the next game, and I think that's going to be coming. But that's not what's happening here, okay? There is no use of all of that technology that we've developed painfully in the past to handle arithmetic and numbers in computers. They're just not using it. Moreover, if you compare the mistakes that are made over just a 2-year development horizon between GPT-2, GPT-3, and GPT-4, to me, GPT-2 is pretty bad, okay? It makes mistakes like you'd expect a 4-year-old to make, okay? GPT-3, maybe a smart high school student. GPT-4, okay, that looks like my grad students, okay? They all make mistakes, but there's a different scale in the mistakes. I mean, just to emphasize that what the capability is that has emerged from the language model. In this previous rabbit problem, they asked a follow-up question, right? Note that the above question can be alternatively formulated as a question about a function which is composed with itself 3 times. Can you provide an alternative formulation of the question? Boom, yes, we could say that we're looking for the values of a and b such that if f of x equals ax plus b, then f applied 3 times to x is equal to that. This is not using a symbolic algebra program. It's not using a theorem prover. It's not using any of that wonderful technology that we developed in computer science. It's just using token prediction. Okay, let that sink in if you don't already know that that's the case. To most people, this is really surprising. The computer is not doing algorithmic thinking. Its concept of numbers does not rely on, nor is using the arithmetic hardware in the machines. It does not use symbolic algebra systems, okay? So from token prediction engine, we have emergent properties. The ability to reason logically is not fundamental to token prediction. That came out as a consequence of this token prediction. The concept of numbers, the ability to do arithmetic, and it makes errors in doing arithmetic. But you would be surprised if it didn't. It's just using token prediction, right? There were errors in the training data also. These are emergent properties, so this is an interesting, to me, it's kind of turned my world upside down because I used to think that the foundations of intelligence were logic and deductive reasoning, and that's very much tied in with the approach that we take to science and mathematics, and that these were the foundations of intelligence. But now I'm realizing that actually they're the consequences of intelligence, and that the foundation of intelligence is just prediction, which is a real game-changing thing. Now, one thing is, what does this tell us about efforts to regulate? Well, okay, algorithmic transparency is one of the things that is thrown around as a potential silver bullet, right? As long as you know what the algorithm is, you're not going to be able to let them pull a fast one on you. The problem is that knowing the operations that are done by the computer in GPT-4 is 100% useless, okay? It won't give you a clue about why it gives you the answers that it gives you. So algorithmic transparency isn't going to buy you anything. It won't give you any insight into what's going on. The right to an explanation is another one, right? But the operations that are done by the computer, despite at a root they're being rational because it's a computer, right? But they don't provide what you would call an explanation in the Herb Simon sense, right? The explanation has trillions of steps with trillions of numbers involved, and that's not going to be an explanation to any human, okay? So the algorithms are just these relatively simple computations. They're surprisingly simple. I mean, anyone here, could read through the steps, right? And it's not that big a deal. They're not that complex. But knowing the algorithm doesn't help, is the point. So Sebastian Bubeck, who is the lead author on this 100-page paper, has a TED Talk online that I recommend looking at, but I snatched this slide from his talk where he says, the truth is that nobody has a clue what's going on, okay? These are the experts in AI. So let's look at the right to an explanation. Well, what is an explanation? You want an answer to the question why, all right? One way to come up with an answer is to give an algorithm. Start with the input data, give a sequence of logical deductions where each deduction conforms with rules of logic and the sequence terminates with a conclusion. That's an algorithm. But according to Herb Simon's principle, a human's not going to be able to handle more than a few steps. And so in order for it to be an explanation for us, it's going to have to be a rather short algorithm. So how can we find an explanation? Well, I made a prediction a little more than a year ago before the GPT revolution hit, that as soon as we have enforceable laws that demand an explanation, researchers will train AIs to provide a convincing explanation for any decision. You'll get this as a service, right? So when whatever business you're in, your AI is doing something, you will contract with a third-party company to say, all right, the service will be implemented by an API. You upload your data, your decision, and it gives you a convincing explanation for that decision. It's just going to be a service that you can buy. And those explanations are going to be quite convincing because training these machines to give convincing explanations, well, I mean, humans are able to give convincing explanations for even the most ridiculous decisions, right? We see it all the time in politicians and the like. But getting machines to do it will not be very hard. In fact, I outlined exactly how to do it technically, but it's become even easier to do than what I outlined more than a year ago because you can do it by just fine-tuning one of these large language models. How do humans make decisions? Well, to cite another Nobel Prize winner, Daniel Kahneman, he's got this wonderful book. I think Joseph mentioned this book this morning, and exactly this dichotomy between system 1 and system 2. So Kahneman's thesis is that human decision-making can be rational in the sense that you do deductive reasoning and come to a conclusion, and he called that system 2. But he said most of our decisions are actually not of that character. They're using system 1, which is intuitive, quick, inexplicable decision-making. And one of his main theses in this book is that we are actually very good at generating explanations after the fact for decisions that we've made using system 1. We didn't come to the conclusion through rational decision-making. We constructed the rational explanation after coming to the decision, okay? And psychologists have some very convincing proofs that humans very often behave exactly that way. So it's only when system 2 dominates does the true origin of the decision correspond to a rational explanation. And the fact is that for system 1, the only real accurate explanation we have for a human decision is that millions of neurons fired and you made a decision. That's just like the deep neural networks. Deep neural networks, which are at the core of these large language models, are much more like system 1 than system 2. The only rational explanation you've got for the decision is that trillions of arithmetic operations were made. That's the rational explanation. Anything else is not going to be a rational explanation for the decision. So an explanation is an algorithm, and the problem is that for it to be an explanation, it has to be a short algorithm. And anything more than a short algorithm is just not going to, it's not going to cut it as an explanation. And unfortunately, I believe that what these large language models are doing is not explainable in this way. So in conclusion, I think we have entered a second computer revolution where what the machines are doing is not usefully thought of as procedural epistemology. The rational capabilities of the foundation models are actually an emergent property rather than a built-in property. And the algorithmic operations of the underlying computers are incidental. And in fact, we're seeing, as a consequence of what's happened recently in AI, we're seeing a huge amount of innovation happening in computer hardware, okay? And very soon, we're going to see computer hardware that doesn't look anything like the computers that we've been using for the last 50 years. They're really going to be quite different in the underlying operations and how those underlying operations work, because they're going to be specifically designed to do these deep neural networks. And they're going to be highly optimized for that particular functionality. And they're going to look very different from the procedural epistemology machines that have dominated in the past. And then the final point, which is really much more speculative, is that I think we can learn a lot about human cognition by looking at how these machines work. And I think we shouldn't discount that. So Sebastian Bubeck, in his TED Talk, was saying, when he said nobody has a clue what's going on, he was making an appeal. He said we need a physics of AI. But I think he got that wrong. I don't think physics is going to work. I think it's going to be more like a psychology of AI. I think the scientific methods that we're going to have to use are going to have to come more from the social sciences than from the so-called hard sciences, because I don't think that it's going to look like physics when you come up with models for how these things are actually working. I think it's going to look much more like psychology. So in view of all of this, I think we really need to rethink how to live with these machines. So a few pointers for references. So as Stefan mentioned, there's a translation of just 2 chapters from this book, actually. So it's a much shorter read to read the translation, but it is the key 2 chapters. So you know, if you're pressed for time, which I suspect everyone in the room is, and you can read German, read those 2 chapters. If you'd rather read it in English, in fact, everything on this page is open source, so open access, except for the Chinese and Japanese translations of Plato and the Nerd. You actually have to pay money for those. So thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Edward, for this, I would say, extremely interesting talk. There you said intelligence is prediction. I predict that there will be questions from the audience. So I'm intelligent. Oh, I'm not. There's one. Maybe let's start with the lady in the 3rd row.
Hi, thank you so much for this talk. That was fascinating. My question is about the structure of what you're referring to as experiments from the Bubeck paper, and to what extent is it the case that the object you're making an experiment on is also evolving through the process of experimentation? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And actually, looking critically at their experimental methodology, I think would be a really good exercise, because I suspect there's probably a number of flaws in the way that they went about this. But it's important to understand the way that ChatGPT works. When you enter a prompt into ChatGPT and it gives you a response, and you enter a follow-up prompt and it gives you a follow-up response, the machine is actually not learning from your prompt. Okay, the 1.2 trillion parameters of GPT-4 are absolutely unchanged. Okay, the way the machine works is that when you give it a sequence of prompts, and when you give it the second prompt, okay, what is fed into the machine is the whole history of your dialogue as a single prompt. As you then give it a third question, again the whole history is fed in. Give it a fourth prompt, the whole history is fed in. And your amount of dialogue is limited because eventually you overflow what you can give as a prompt without paying a whole bunch of money to OpenAI, okay? But the machine is not actually learning in the process, it's just the prompt is growing. So as long as you control that aspect of it, you really are testing the built-in model, the foundation model as they call it. So it's not quite as easy to make the mistake that I think you were alluding to. That doesn't mean necessarily that everything they did is right, but that particular mistake probably isn't there.
Okay, then I think next was Michael Stampfer in the fourth row, then there was George, then there was someone in the back, then there was Hannes, then there was... No, let's see how far we get.
Thanks, Edward. You mentioned psychology as one example for social sciences. What about linguistics? Is there any crosstalks between people who try to understand the patterns of human thinking and talking, yeah, and using language, and the way how the machine operates just as you have described?
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of potential there. I'm trying to remember what's the famous linguist from MIT's name? Chomsky, thank you. Cash missed there. So Noam Chomsky actually wrote an op-ed in the New York Times that said these machines are way overhyped, and you know, we know from the science of and philosophy of linguistics that human handling of language is not like what they do, and then made a prediction that, you know, there would be, they gave in this op-ed 2 slightly different sentences and predicted that the machines would confuse the meaning of these. And so I tried those 2 sentences on ChatGPT, and it did not confuse the meaning. It got it, it nailed it right off the bat. And I think Chomsky was actually way off base in his analysis of what was going on in the machines. Now, that's just one linguist, but I don't really know what other linguists have had to say about it. I think it would be interesting to look at, though. My feeling is that it's a mistake to be dismissive of these machines and to just assume that because the hardware is different from humans that we can't learn anything about human reasoning from them. I think we can.
I think George was next.
Thank you, Edward, for all these wonderful insights. A couple of weeks ago, there was a Brazilian judge that was taken to court for using GPT to write his decision. Apparently he had done this already a few times. This time he got caught because GPT invented a Supreme Court decision on which it based its own decision. Now, this is a human-like trait. It fudged. Would you dot it on creativity, on a mistake, or what?
So a lot of people, I think that this kind of mistake that the judge made comes from a fundamental misunderstanding of what the machine is doing. But it's a common misunderstanding. I talk to a lot of people, and they think that, that the machine is just using a bunch of logic to look stuff up in a database, and that it has access to its training data when it's generating its response to you. It doesn't. Okay? It's a little bit like talking to a human and taking away their phone so they can't use Google and asking them for facts, right? Tell me what the first paragraph of the US Constitution says. And they'll give you a response, but they're making most of it up, okay? They're basing it on the basis of an imperfect encoding. So if you do, I did a back of the envelope calculation, and it showed me that the training data used for GPT-4 is about 1 billion times bigger than the set of parameters in GPT-4, okay? So the answer that you get from GPT-4 comes from the 1.2 trillion parameters, not from looking stuff up in the database. So you should trust it as much as you trust any answer from a human who has no access to Google to check for verbatim responses. And humans make up stuff all the time and misremember things and misattribute things. So will these large language models for exactly the same reason, I think, which is that what they've got programmed into them is a tremendous compression of the information that is very imperfect.
Okay, next we have Joseph Sifakis.
Thank you, Ed, for the nice talk. I have a question. So you said that we have prediction, this is the important thing, and rationality emerges. With this, but I think that rationality emerges because there is, in the natural language, hidden relations that are semantic relations of our system of thinking.
Yeah.
Prediction, you are using a prediction mechanism, I agree with that, okay, to create rationality, but this is hidden in the very complex relationships that you have encoded, okay? So
yeah.
The rationality is still there, because if you apply prediction to something that is not as rich as human language, you would not have discovered this rationality. So the rationality is there.
Thank you, Joseph. I'm really glad you asked that question because it's a really important observation. The rationality that emerges from the training comes from the humans, okay? Now, you could ask the question, well, how did the humans develop it? Well, if I'm right about my speculation that the root of intelligence is prediction, not rationality, then the rationality emerged from an evolutionary process. It emerged because of its value, its survival value in an evolutionary sense. Okay, and then it got encoded in everything we've written, which was then used to train these large language models, which learned it from what we've written. And this is the same way that our children learn rationality. We teach it to them, okay? In fact, most of the enterprise of academic teaching is about trying to make System 2 work a little better, because it doesn't really work very well.
Thanks, Edward, as always. What does this mean for scientific thinking? Because we are permanently in science creating models, explicit models, where we have relationships between variables, concepts, and we need them to explain things, and we also need them to predict something. So the argument you have, even if there's rationality, it's hidden, the concepts you have is hidden in these models, in these billions of parameters and relationships, which cannot be used for explanation, you are right. But what is really happening with science, where we have this modeling approach, which is also when I listen to Helga that we need science, we need research, then we have to go on this model level. And the problem here is that, as you say, you can create any explanation, you can create any model to explain something. So we are lost somehow.
Yeah, I think I'm a real devotee of the philosophy of Thomas Kuhn, who essentially says that science is a cultural phenomenon. And I think that there's this sort of somewhat what I consider to be a little bit of an archaic view of science, which is that it's about discovering foundational facts about the universe. I think that the way that I think of it more is that it's about ways for humans to understand the universe, and that the value in scientific theories comes from our ability to better understand things that happen in the world, rather than the connection with fundamental facts in the world. And you can see this in differences in the way different sciences are carried out, right? So biology, for example, has consistently resisted the reductionist approach of explaining everything in terms of the chemistry. It doesn't really work very well to try to explain everything in terms of the chemistry. So we have to use another level above that to, develop, some basic patterns that we then treat as axioms and use those to better understand how more complex biological systems work. The use of facts here is really about its usefulness in understanding rather than about its ground truth. Okay, so I think that gives us a little bit of a different view of science, and it also, Thomas Kuhn's basic point here was that this view of science as just being accretion of facts actually is an obstacle to progress, because it codifies in paradigms that are very resistant to being overthrown by evidence. Okay, when you treat these things as facts, it becomes very hard to learn even from experiments that seem to contradict the facts, right? We say, okay, well, that must be experimental error, and we keep doing that. And according to Thomas Kuhn, we keep doing that until we have a new theory, okay? And he called that a paradigm shift. And so I think that this, in no ways does this diminish the value of science. It just makes us recognize that science is really a more human enterprise.
Okay, I think we have time for a final question. I've seen one hand in the very back. Is this still? No, even beyond Alison. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, then please, short question and short answer.
Hello. My question goes back to what you said about what a human would answer if you asked them to recite the beginning of the US Constitution. And I'm not sure if I agree with you. I think most humans would answer, I don't know. And I wonder what the equivalent is for artificial intelligence, and whether there is a way to bring that nuance into computer thinking. And also, what is my source? What axes do they have to grind? Those kind of conversations that you would actually have with a human. I don't think the human would come up and just give you what ChatGPT would give you. So I'd like to hear your thoughts on that.
That's a wonderful question, thank you. And there's a very, very simple answer, which is that I don't know doesn't show up in the training data. Right? When have you seen a technical paper that does a bunch of stuff and then says, oh, I don't know what happens next? It's just not there, right? So there's nothing in the training data to teach the machine to do this.
Okay, so thank you very much for the lively discussion. Thank you very much, Edward. And I now have the task to introduce our next speaker. We are very happy to have Thomas Bugner here from University of Vienna, where he is professor for cognitive ethology. So he received the prestigious START Award in 2013, and then he's most renowned of his long-term project with ravens, with the birds. And more recently, he also got known to a broader public by explaining why crows are throwing stones onto the glass roof of the newly renovated parliament. And yeah, but we are now curious to hear not only about birds, but to hear about evolution and intelligence in general. And we are very happy to have you here, Thomas. Thank you.
So thanks very much for the invitation and for the kind introduction. It's really a pleasure for me to be here. And as already mentioned, I'm a behavior biologist by training, so I'm a little bit the odd one out here in this audience. But nevertheless, I'm interested in animal cognition. And what I'd like to do today is to talk about the evolution of intelligence. So if we take a very broad look, then the systems so the cognitive the biological evolution in respect to cognitive system is very, very similar to what we see in some AI systems that we just heard. And it's also not something new that we nowadays can even talk about a co-evolution between humans and machines. And in this respect, I would really like to point out that it's pretty clear that we can really talk about that we can see different phases in the evolution of about mankind. Namely, for a long time, our evolution was based purely on genetic level. But then when we introduced culture, we came to modify our own environment so that we got positive feedback loops on the genetic level. And eventually then culture became very predominant. And as some authors here in the audience argue that we are on the fourth level now, the synthetic level, where the machines that we build or the systems that we introduced are feeding back again on our own evolution. But what I would like to point out that evolution in general is simply a process. It keeps on going. And the only thing that differs between the different phases I just explained is the time scale. Or not the only thing, but the main thing maybe. And what we see today is basically the outcome of this evolutionary process, and this outcome is, obviously only a short snapshot, because of course it goes on here. But what we can do today is analyze the product of what has been going on before, and this is what we call traits in biology. And I'm personally interested very much in behavioral and cognitive traits, and we know from Nico Tinbergen that if you want to understand behavioral traits, you have to be sure in which level of analysis you are looking at. And he said that there are 4 distinct ones. On the level of mechanism, we can ask how things work. For instance, if I want to understand why a raven is called, given a particular call, I can have a look what this call actually means, under which condition it is giving it. On the level of function, we want to understand what's the adaptation of this, the benefit of this particular type of behavioral skill. On the level of ontogeny, we want to understand how this skill develops within the lifetime of an individual. On the level of phylogeny, we want to understand how these skills develop within an evolutionary time scale. So Nico Tinbergen was one of 3 Nobel Prize laureates 50 years ago, so they have exactly their 50 years anniversary at the moment. I would really like to stress that there are 2 others that are actually Austrians, namely Konrad Lorenz and Karl von Frisch, and so I would like to give them the credits here now. And we also have to say that those not only brought to attention the 4 different levels of analysis, but they also were advocates of doing, on the one hand, observations that allow us on our daily life conditions, that allow us to basically put the ecological relevance of what we're actually studying, and on the other hand, doing control experiments so that we can put the causation into our argumentation. So that if you want to understand behavior or cognitive traits, you should do both. And they also, in particular, Tinberg and Lorenz were advocating what they call the comparative approach. Now let's have a closer look at the comparative approach. And for instance, I'm interested in whatever kind of skill in non-human primates. So I'm going to test a couple of different species, and then it turns out that several of the great apes can do it and several of the monkey species cannot. So in this case, I can infer that most likely this particular skill has evolved in the early ancestors of the great apes, all great apes. So by comparing close related species, we can basically infer when a particular skill or trait has roughly evolved. But this does not really help me to understand which selection pressures are actually pushing for this particular skill or trait. And to answer such a question, it's much better to go on a broader scale and have a look at a variety of different species. And in this case, then it might turn out that some very distantly related species can do the same thing. And in this case, it's very unlikely that it goes back to the common ancestor. Let's say between birds and mammals, the last common ancestor that lived around 300 million years ago. So it's much more likely that this is now when we have very similar skills in very distantly related species, that this is the product of what we call convergent evolution, meaning that similar selection pressures have led to similar social cognitive skills. Okay, so now then finally let's briefly talk about intelligence. And the word intelligence is something which actually describes our type of intelligence, maybe also the intelligence of machines. But when we focus on non-human animals, we typically talk about cognition and refer to this as any kind of forms of information processing. Because this then allows us to make a couple of assumptions. First of all, of course, that information processing is the product of evolution, and the function of it is decision-making to control or to guide the behavior of individuals. The neural basis is the brain, and if you then have a look at, for instance, just the brains of a couple of mammal species here, you can see that some of them are bigger and some of them are smaller. So then you can ask, okay, what can be the benefit of a large brain? And by a large brain, you can take it as a kind of a proxy for a high information processing capacity. So what's the benefit of building such an organ? And here the argument is that it allows for higher flexibility in decision making. But the downside of it is that large brains are pretty costly in the development and also in the sustenance. So the argument then is that those species that invest in bigger brains, then in this case, then the benefits derived from their flexibility must outweigh the costs of the development and sustenance. So in this case, we already have quite an idea of what to actually focus on. And the next question then is, okay, if we have some species that invest in flexibility, then the argument here is most likely this is then triggered by challenges in the environment that call for flexibility as possible solution. And so we can argue that the processing capacities, vulgar cognition, are basically adaptations to a species socio-ecological environment. And in this case then, the big question is, okay, which environments or which challenges in an environment are selecting for which type of cognitive skills? And this is what I would like to introduce in our, three of the main hypotheses that are out. Two of them are foraging related, and one of them is related to social life. In respect to foraging, one idea is that if you have to search for food, which is not evenly distributed, but clustered or clumped and difficult to find, then this should select for orientation skills, for memory, and for planning skills. However, if you are confronted with food that is difficult to access, for instance, because it's encapsulated, like the kernel of the nuts here, then this should select for skills like imagination, means end understanding, potential, and causality understanding. And if we now have a look at social life here, the argument is that if you have to deal with other individuals on a regular basis, this should actually foster that you build up knowledge about the others, that you come to understand degrees of intentionality and potentially even attribute mental states. So this is the theory. Now let's have a look on what we can say empirically about these kind of things. And here we'd like to focus first on the foraging aspect, and I would also like to focus on those animals that I'm working with most, And so it's already said that I'm personally working mainly on ravens, and ravens belong to the bird family of corvids, so let me briefly introduce this family to you. So this is a family of, within the big group of songbirds, and about 120 species. They have a worldwide distribution, and they have pretty large brains. So if you do neuron counts in any of those species, they are relatively comparable to the neuron counts in primates. And for today's talk, I would like to highlight two aspects. On the one hand, several of the species have an omnivorous diet, so they can basically eat a variety of food, and most of them also have a pretty complex social life. So, and if we now start with the foraging aspect, and one of the main selection factors here, namely the distribution of food, I would like to also mention or to focus on one particular behavior within the corvids, and this is one that they cache food for later consumption. And here you can see now a raven, so how this looks like. This is a raven in winter here in Austria in the Alps. Just got a piece of food, and now it's caching it, in this case up on the tree, but it could also be down on the ground. Covering it with surrounding material. Checking if somebody's around, and keep on going. So now it's happy. So this is how the behavior looks like, and this is what you can see in almost several, not done yet, so in almost several of the 120 species. But what you also can find is quite large differences in how many caches are made per time unit, what kind of food is stored, and how long the animals are relying on the content of the caches. And basically, for instance, you have two main categories. Individuals like the European jay or some American jay species, they do many caches, several hundreds, up to thousands actually. They cache many seeds, and they rely on them for up to 6 months, so they are called long-term caches. Whereas others, like our magpies, the crows, the ravens, and so on, they only do a few caches per time unit. They cache several types of food, and they typically leave the food in the caches for a few hours up to a few days only. So we call them short-term caches. And of course, now you can make a prediction that, okay, if we have such big differences in the behavior, this should actually also be underlined by some difference in cognition, in this case, their memory capacities. And this is exactly what my colleagues in the States, Al Kamel and Russ Balder, have tested a couple of years ago already by comparing two long-term caching species with two short-term caching species, in this case American jays. And it turned out that indeed all of them can very well remember the location of the caches. But the long-term caches are much better in respect to spatial memory as the short-term caches in several of the dimensions they have tested. So this was working quite nicely. However, the short-term caches, they not only store seeds, but they actually store a lot of different types of food. And this brought my colleagues Nikki Clayton and Tony Dickinson to the idea that maybe they not only remember where they have cached items, but also what they have cached when. And to test this, they gave, in this case, Western scrub jays in the lab, the possibility to cache peanuts and some kind of mealworms or insect larvae. And they let them cache this in this tray, and then they manipulated how the time until the birds are allowed to come back and recover their caches. And if this time was very long, so that the mealworms were already rotten and decayed, in this case, then the birds never ever went to those caches. They just went to the caches of the peanuts and recovered them. However, when they let them back shortly after the caching event, then they went and retrieved the insects because they were actually they had the preference for them. So in this case, and with some other experiments, they showed that they indeed encode the where, the what, and the when of a caching event. And so basically they not only have this information of here it is, but they seem to remember the kind of episode of a caching event, so what happened at the time they did it. Now when we talk about episodic memory in humans, then typically we may talk about the episodic system, because the memory aspect is only one part of it, namely going back, the retrospection. But there is also then the part that goes in the future, prospection, which is also called future planning. And the next question was, okay, can the birds do this then too? And this was also done then in Nikki Clayton's lab. In this case, it was Carolyn Raby who did this study. And it was a super nice experiment again. So what they basically gave the scrub chasers again the choice to store peanuts or those insect larvae, and they could go in either room A or room C for doing so. And the question is, where do they put which of the food? And what I didn't tell you yet is that before they were given this task, they were pre-trained. They were pre-trained, for instance, this particular bird, that in room A, you always receive peanuts as food, whereas in room C, you always receive insect larvae. So in another bird, it was done in the way around, obviously, in a counterbalanced way. So in the test, and the question was, there was no food in here, no food in there, and the question is, where does this bird catch peanuts and insects? And indeed, what they did is that they cached the peanuts here and the insects over there. So it really seemed that at the time of caching, they were simulating potential scenarios in the next morning in the future, what they will be fed in which of their rooms. And they were counter-matching then these kind of things. And then the decision in what to cache where was obviously independent of the future state here was independent of the current motivational state, because this was the day before. So the argument then was, taking the whole thing together, that short-term caches like the Western scrub chase seem to be capable of mental time travel. So go back for episodic memory and plan in the future. And now you can say, okay, that's quite amazing, but how does it compare to what other animals can do? Can we find something like this in the animal kingdom somewhere else in the animal kingdom? And yes, this is indeed the case, in particular with the great apes. So here there are several reports that they do plan ahead, in particular for when they are using tools. As an example, I would like to introduce you to Santino. This is one of the chimpanzees in the Swedish zoo in Furuvik, and who dislikes a human audience. So when humans are coming to watch him, he doesn't like that. And what he is doing is that he's throwing stones like missiles towards the humans. And what Matthias Oswald reported is that Santino started collecting stones and hiding them, and caching them, actually preparing them here on the side where the visitors are supposed to be, hours before the visitors were actually coming. So this was an anecdotal report of which indicates or suggests future planning. But what Matthias did was also that he did then some experiments where he gave those chimpanzees then access to what he called a fruit soup. It's specially smashed food in a box, and they needed a kind of a straw-like hose to suck it up. And what he did is that 1.5 hours before they got this box with this fruit soup, he offered them a tray with a couple of tools, including a grape. And from those tools, only one was a functional, the hose basically. The others were non-functional, and the grape was the control for a current motivational state, namely, hey, that's cool. And what most of them picked was, in this case, the hose. And what I really liked in this experiment is that there was also one condition where he repeated this choice 2 times. And in the first time, they picked the hose, and in the second time, then they picked the grape, because they already had the hose. And this shows that quite some flexibility in the decision-making and tool selectivity in the great apes. And this is, now we are already entering, so we are coming towards the second main aspect, namely extractive foraging, for which you use tools. And tool use is, by the way, defined as setting objects in relation to each other. And the big question now is, okay, how much do animals understand when they do this? And what we can do here is test for tool selectivity, as Matthias did before in his experiments with this fruit soup. But you can also have a look at the modification of the manufacture of the tools. And so I would like to come back again to my favorite birds, the corvids, because again, they are perfect to do some comparative studies, because within the species we have some that are obligatory tool users, like the New Caledonian crows. They became so famous that there is even a stamp made on their behavior. So they basically use small sticks that they actually break off and prepare for probing for insect larvae under the skin of the trees in New Caledonia, which is an island in the Pacific. And in comparison to those few species that regularly use tools, most of the other crows don't do this. Or what they do is that they drop nuts, also here in Vienna, or stones, as we have already heard. And this is called proto-tool use, because it's not to put 2 things in relation to each other, but just one in relation to the ground. Anyway, so this is what we have. We have obligatory tool users, and those that don't use tools or only drop stones or nuts. And then the argument was that they should be better than the others in respect to these type of skills. And when people started testing New Caledonian crows, people were, wow, it's incredible what they can do. They are really good in selecting tools, they can keep tools, etc., etc. But what they really rocked was about 20 years ago, it was a study by Alex Weir, that when they found that one of the subjects took a piece of wire mesh, which was a non-functional material, and bent a hook in there to rake out a small bucket which was in this glass cylinder to get it out. And because this was a non-functional material, and she did it the first time, and she got this wire mesh, and the argument was that she never had a wire mesh before, this was considered to be a case for causal understanding what the bird is really doing. However, if we now have a look at other crows, for instance, in this case, rooks are Saatgren in German, they do not use tools at all, but they can learn to use tools very quickly in captivity. For instance, this crow learns to drop in rocks into this cylinder with water to get a floating peanut up so that she can eat it. And when they have learned this kind of task, you can give them other tool use tasks, such as probing with a stick, or you can give them a piece of wire mesh, and they immediately bend a hook in there. You can see here that they are extracting things from the thing with a hook-like tool. So they basically do the same thing as the New Caledonian crows, which was not expected. So in this case, we don't find a big difference between tool-using and non-tool using species. So if you then want to sum up in respect to memory and planning, our ecologically founded hypothesis seem to work. In respect to tool use, that it doesn't seem to work, potentially because this didn't select for special skills, but what's important here is quick learning and generalization. But this is at the moment speculative, I have to admit. So then very briefly, what's about the social life? And here I would like to emphasize the main challenge of social life is that conspecifics are intentional beings that behave autonomously. And this makes their behavior difficult to predict, and it makes the individuals difficult to manipulate in comparison to inanimate objects, for instance. And to give you an idea of a little bit more sophisticated thing, you see here a sketch from Hans Kummer of how baboons are behaving. This is a baboon female, and she is clearly threatening this other female, which is giving submissive signals. So if I may ask you, which of the two is the dominant individual? What do you think? A or B? A. This is what most people would say, including me, but I do understand, I do know this example from Hans. So in this case, A is the subordinate female and B is the dominant female. And A can only do this behavior towards B when she is presenting herself in front of the male, big male behind her, because in this case, B cannot threaten back, because if she would do this, she would also threaten him and would get a beat up from him. So this is exactly the challenge in when you're living together with others. They can always come up with some things that you don't expect. And this is particularly true when you live in the social systems where individualized social relationships are key. This seems to be really, really critical for social cognition to kick off. And in this case, we would predict individuals to come up, to form knowledge about others, to come up with means to manipulate others, either in a cooperative or a deceptive way, and potentially also to attribute mental states to others in the sense that they come to understand what drives the other's behavior, namely their mental states. Okay, and now back to Lekowitz and to food caching, because what I haven't told you yet is that they also compete for each other's caches, and they have excellent observational spatial memory. This means that they not only remember their own caches, they remember also very well the caches they've seen others make. And this is what you can see here. So when I did, this is my very first study on ravens, I did a couple of caches in a particular room, and I let them either observe or not observe me doing these caches, and then I had a look how quickly do they find them. And you can see, I mean, there's a big, big difference. And under natural conditions, I use this skill very much to actually pilfer or steal the contents of the food of others. So this is a very cool alternative strategy to get to really cool food. And what you then get is a kind of an arms race between those individuals that have food and want to cache it, and those individuals that don't have food and want to pilfer it. And those that caches, what they try to do is not to be seen. So for instance, they hide for caching behind obstacles. Whereas those that want to pilfer, they try not to be seen at caching. So they keep distance, try to be hide behind obstacles. And if this doesn't work, so that the cacher sees them, they might also engage very quickly in behaviors that have nothing to do with foraging, potentially to distract others' attention. And these kind of elements, concealing information, distracting others' attention, these are the building blocks of what we call tactical deception. Now, when we then can show tactical deception under those circumstances, you can then argue, okay, what's the cognitive basis of this behavior? And here we could argue that the caches, if you focus on the caches, the caches could basically have learned during daily interactions it's not good to cache when you can personally see somebody else close by. But it's good to cache when you cannot see anymore, so they take their own perspective only. Alternatively, it could be that they're also capable of attributing the perspective to others and take into account what they can or cannot see when they make the decision. And this basically leads then to me to the final question, namely, is it actually possible at all that to find anything like mind reading in non-human animals? And indeed, this question is everything but easy or trivial. A couple of years ago, most people would have said for sure no. In the meantime, things have changed. Until, I would say, 10 years or so, we only had 5 to 10 years, we only have had indications. Something like this. This was a result of an early experiment for me, in this case focusing on the pilferers, those that are going to steal on the food. I had 3 ravens there. 2 of them were allowed to watch me making a cache in a room of the size like this. And another one was there, but I blocked his view so he couldn't see it. And then afterwards, I let my focal subject in, either all by itself, so this was the control condition, or together with one of the potential competitors. And when he was allowed in with a co-observer, then he dashed to he made a beeline to the cache and tried to outrace the other one, suggesting that he knew that the other one also knew about the cache location. Whereas when he was led into the room with a dominant non-observer, so the other one was dominant, then he did like this. Waited for the non-observer to go somewhere and look for the cache. And when the non-observer was far away from the actual cache location, then he did the beeline. So this was suggesting that they can discriminate knowers from guessers. And similar results were found on scrub chase again in the lab of Nicky Clayton, where they allowed them caching in the presence of particular individuals and then had a look at the recovery, which caches are they going to take out. And they took out those caches that might have been seen by another bird. So whereas, I mean, although these kind of things are really cool, they basically allow us to conclude that the scrub jays and the ravens, they can remember who was present at the time of caching. But this does not mean that they also know what the other one have seen. It could have been that they were just using others as a cue, and that's it. Yet, there are, in the meantime, some other studies out where we can actually go really a step further. And this is a study in my own lab, the latest one in this series, where we focused on the caches. So similar as here in the scrub chase, we allowed a raven to store some really cool food in a particular area. And close in the adjacent room, there was an individual that could either see him, so this was an observer because there was a transparent barrier, or could not see him, a non-observer because the barrier was opaque. And then we could measure the raven's behavior, and of course we could find a couple of differences in between those 2 conditions. But the critical one was that we introduced some probe trials. And in this probe trial, it started out like this, the non-observer condition, so opaque wall, and then I opened a peephole, so that raven could suddenly look through this small peephole. And just to make sure that he cannot see anybody over there, there was no conspecific there. We just played back the sound of a conspecific to give this raven an idea that over there is indeed another raven too. And in this case, then they cached similar as in the observer condition and significantly different from the non-observer condition. And this experiment then led us to conclude that they indeed can attribute visual access to an unseen competitor because there was nobody around that they could see. They could just hear somebody, and this should elicit a behavior. This is very likely to the observed condition. So then to sum up, if we now have a look at this particular aspect of social life, and the predictions seem to hold, but I have to admit that here we lack the comparison because we have only tested so far species that are actually quite competitive for food caches and not species that are less competitive. So this, again, is a kind of a question mark on this side. Okay, so then, to wrap it up, what I try to give you some ideas of is how we actually work and how we try to understand behavioral and cognitive traits in biological systems. So it's the type of cognition I was talking about, of course, is not directly comparable to our human cognitions, but these are key elements that make up our type of cognition. For instance, this perspective take and knowledge attribution is really nothing trivial anymore. And you can, so basically, we can study these kind of things and we can actually pinpoint it in non-human animals. And what's very important if you do these kind of things is that you understand, also that you're aware of which kind of level of analysis you are working, and also that the comparative approach is very, very useful, in particular to the phylogeny level. So what does all this has to do now with the AI here in the room? And here I actually would come to a very similar conclusion as the speaker before, because I think that the know-how that exists, in my case now from the behavioral part of biology, but which is basically very, very similar to psychology, or in general cognitive sciences that are focused on the humanities side, we do have quite some know-how, and this may be used to inform the understanding of particular traits that we see in the AI. I might be wrong, but I think there are quite some, I already said that there are quite some analogs, and this is, I think, what everybody agrees to. The question is just if we can study them in the same way. I personally think we should at least try to, and I think it's in particularly important to do this when we really are now entering this coevolution phase. Yeah, that's it from my side. Thanks very much. I would like to thank my lab here in Vienna and in the department. It's really an exciting place to be. Special thanks to Cameron Buckner, a colleague of mine, a philosopher of science, actually from the States, who inspired the people study in the attribution experiment, the funding agencies, and of course you for your attention. Thanks very much indeed.
So thank you very much, Thomas, for this very interesting tour through our fauna of the world, to the non-human intelligence, as you termed it also. Questions? Joseph?
Okay, thank you for the talk. I would like to consider some naive thought experiment. Because the question is whether evolution is the result of some learning capabilities or something more. So imagine that I put AIs in some virtual environment and I define some game of life and I let them play for centuries. I don't know, but I can accelerate the simulation, of course. Do you think that they will be able to figure out how to develop, to use tools, for instance, to have some cooperative behavior, social behavior, develop language, whatever, okay? So, to summarize, do you think that the result of the evolution is just a fact of the ability of learning or something more? That's the question.
For me, there are actually two parts. I do think that it's more than learning. Learning is key. Learning is the foundation to most of our cognition, I would say. But when we talk about higher level of cognition, or complex cognition is also sometimes called, then the question is what you do with the learned associations. So if you then, how do you integrate them? And I think this is exactly what we refer to, this higher level of cognition.
Yes, but some people can say that this is again learning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. But the second part so my second answer to your question would be, because you asked me, okay, if you put them out there and you watch them over I don't know how many generations, would they come up with tools or theory of mind or whatever? And I think here the critical question is in which context you put those creatures in. So this is what I meant with selection pressures. So what are the problems that we are creating for them in daily life? And if some of those cognitive traits or behaviors like tool use can help them doing better, then it might well be that they evolve it eventually. That's the theory.
Yes, but I can imagine a game of life where I can have survival criteria, I can have penalties, I can have benefits. I mean, I can simulate the life game, okay, for agents. I don't doubt about that, okay? And you can have an environment that is close to the physical environment, okay? The question is, again, how far can go the evolution of AIs, okay? That's the question. Finally, they can imagine language, for instance, they can create language or whatever. Think about that.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, this is a very important question, I think.
I agree. It is a very important question, but to be honest, I don't feel to be the right person to answer this type of very important question. Like I said, I'm studying animal systems, and I try to understand what's going on here. I can then predict and infer certain things, but I wouldn't dare to give a proper answer to this one. Sorry.
I just wanted to say quickly, but is there the possibility for mutation in the AI systems in the same way, or chance, which is also not so central in your
I think
talk?
This is exactly where the analog comes in. I mean, the question is what is, so there's certainly selection in the AI system. Certain things do work, or work better or work more efficient than the others. We have heard about the different versions of ChatGPTs, for instance. And the mutation is also put in, I would say, by humans, by us, then coming up with new versions and put them on the market and then see how they do. So it's not an exact match, but that's exactly why I'm saying analog.
So I have also a question. I now take the chance as the moderator. Since, I mean, what is, I think, also very useful and interesting for us is that you and the community has this long experience of this kind of experiments in order to check whether there is some rational, intelligent behavior in things. So my question would be, what are some lessons learned, what are pitfalls we should avoid when we try to experiment, as we have seen in Edward's talk, with non-human intelligent systems? And one particular thing I'm interested in, whether this is also a kind of a problem in your setting, is, I'm not sure whether this is the right term, this animism problem, that we project things into.
That's the same thing here. So this the second problem we have as well, which is called anthropomorphism. Yeah. I think we cannot exclude it. We are humans after all, so we use our intelligence to describe other things. But what we can do is, so the first point is that we are to be aware of it. It's already very helpful. And then second, that's exactly where we put in a lot of control conditions and also the way we set up experiments, again, to control. So it's basically the control conditions that this is this is what we can do, but we cannot fully exclude it. So first point. Second point. First point, what is the advice? There are a lot of things that we can advise, obviously, but I think the most important one is not start with the big question, but so if you have a big question, go there stepwise and do it step by step, exactly as we heard. This is how humans work. We want to have a procedure. And it's the same thing here when we start testing if I want to test a brain for a theory of mind and do the first experiment, this is about to fail because I have no idea how to do it properly. So I can do step by step. And then if they do the first step, if they pass it, check, next one, check, next one. And then you have to always go back and exclude further alternatives that pop up when you have the positive result, because some colleagues find that you have forgotten something.
Okay, thank you. So I saw one hand, I think, by Jan Mali.
I already have.
Oh, you already have the mic. Oh, you are also privileged.
Sorry, this was intelligent behavior.
Yeah. Intelligent, predicting is intelligent.
One thing we are attributing to human and human intelligence is language. So language to express the feeling, the state, and also to communicate to the others. What is related to your experiments? Do you see any development into this direction, or what can you attribute to this language level?
What I just showed you, we try to control for communication, so we try to get rid of it as much as possible. But yes, so those systems that are cognitively derived, or let's say socially complex and thus cognitively derived, they're typically also quite derived from a communication perspective. So there's a quite strong correlation within taxonomic groups. You cannot do a correlation across all the different animals. This doesn't work. But if you stay within primates, or if you stay within particular other animal taxa, then you typically get this correlation between the more complex they become, the more communicative they become. So the question if this is language, no, it's not. But they can, so it's, what you have is language again. So this is actually what my colleague Tecumseh Fitch is doing. So he considers language to be an umbrella term of different building blocks, as basically all the different things that we are considering. We can put them into, parcel them into building blocks. And quite of those building blocks we can find in the different animal species. And so we can study which building block comes when and what goes together and what then is the result of when building blocks come together. So this is basically how we do it. And for instance, in the ravens, I mean, they are vocal learners. So they can basically, lifelong vocal learners. They have a repertoire, so each raven, so when I look at a particular raven right now, I can define, let's say, between 15 and 20 calls. Apart from those 15 to 20 calls, about 10 have a particular meaning. And the other 10, the meaning is a convention which they do with partner or with other ravens. And those convention things, they may change. So next year they might use different calls. Next year they might different calls, etc. So you get some kind of culture, and also dialects in and then culture in these respects. So I have to admit that we really still have to show what I'm telling, but there are kind of indications that it's working like this. So this, just to give you an idea, so this is already pretty advanced, but it's certainly not the type of language that we are talking about with the whatever kind of rules.
Okay, I think Jan had a question. Jan Mali.
Yeah, so having this very complex tool in my hand, I would claim that as humans we are even better tool users than ravens. Is there some hypothesis why, was there some specific evolutionary conditions that made us develop even better tool using capabilities than ravens? Or
first of all, ravens are not non-tool users. The New Caledonians are much better, so they're really the tool users. But if you have a look at our closest relatives, so I mean, I deliberately was talking about birds because normally everyone expects me to talk about primates. I can do this very easily, but I brought in the birds just to show that there are other species out there that are also really cool from a cognitive perspective. But to your question, so if you look at the great apes, then chimpanzees and orangutans are really good with tools. Gorillas suck in comparison to the other two. So there seem to be chimpanzees and orangutans share, so they live in very different environments. So most likely their tool use capacities have independently been pushed. And in the chimpanzees, we already know that they have quite some tool culture, so that different populations use different tools and these kind of things. So there has been quite some precursors to our things. And then if you have a look at human history, there was for quite some 1,000 years, so hundreds of 1,000 years, the tools that we they did not very much improve. They were quite okay, but I mean, in comparison to the tool that you have in the hand, this did not pop up when humans evolved. So it took us quite some time to become really elaborate tool user, and finally, it's a really logarithmic thing. So it's. That's all what I can describe the pattern at the moment, but I cannot really answer your question, sorry. That's all that I can say.
Okay, so I think it is time for coffee, so let's thank Thomas and Edward very much again. And I just take the authority and tell you that we will be back with the panel discussion at 4 p.m.
Oh, good, I'm on the left, where I like to be.
Wherever you want, wherever you want. So, welcome back. Welcome back to the grand final plenary. My name is Michael Wiesmüller. I'm with the Austrian Ministry with the long name, and I have the incredible honor to moderate this all-stars panel at the end of our day, which will be, wow, which will be quite something, because we had incredible good content ideas, more than we could digest for weeks, I would say. Let me first out myself. We have two Greeks on the plenary, so I would say I'm just. I have the honor to be now 2 hours in the police. But I'm not, oh, sorry, no, it's just only one that George is sitting here. Okay.
Joseph counts for at least.
Yeah. Joseph, you count for 2. Yeah. Just wanted to make the joke. I'm a part of the police. I'm allowed to stay here, but I'm not belonging to the police myself. This is what a Greek called idiot. So I'm a little bit the idiot here in this group. Before we start, I have to introduce one more person, because the 3 gentlemen you've already seen. I welcome Alison Stenger. Alison Stenger is first and foremost the second senior fellow of the Austrian Fellowship on Digital Humanism. She is Russell Lay Professor at Middlebury College. She has various affiliations. You're working in different research groups with Harvard and with Stanford. What is very interesting in your CV is that you have a background in political science. You're an expert of foreign US policy, I've understood. You have written books on whistleblowers. And what is even more fascinating, you are a specialist in complexity economics, which is a very, very interesting topic. But the reason why you're here is that you are writing a book or finished a book with one of the most brilliant titles I stumbled in recent times. The title of the book is Who Elected Big Tech? Question mark. This is, I mean, a book with this title I want to buy immediately. Do you have finished it already?
No, but it's under contract with Yale.
Okay, yeah. Wonderful. So next time you will find the German translation of this book. Ladies and gentlemen, my proposal for the next hour and a half is the following. I would like to pick up several elements of the discussion that we had so far and try to bring it more into what we can do, more into, I would say, the political agenda setting context. We had a lot of reflections, deep reflections, but it would be useful to get a little bit more an idea what we should do. Idea is we make 2 or 3 tours, and then I would hand over to you, because discussions and topics were so rich, and the time for questions was so short that we should have a intensive discussion a little bit with the audience as well. So my first, I would propose the following topics or perspectives, starting from what Helga Novotny has said. Helga Novotny made a very inspiring lecture. She was talking about this historical metaphor of the printing press, and the way printing press is closely related to the emergence of nation states, of common language, and so on. My first question would go into the direction, what is your expectation with relation to the impact that AGI might have, I would say, in the next 20 to 30 years to our societies. Since I said 20 to 30, I have to clear up the title. The title is the next 100 years. Next 100 years means the Dartmouth Conference, or as Edward Lee said, the article of Alan Turing was 51, so probably we are talking about the next 30 years or so. 100 years AI would mean this. So the first concept would be, what do you expect will be for the next decades the main impact from AI for our society? I think before this, I would like to out yourself in the following very simple polarization. It was I think it was on Helga's slides too, and this is common use. It's about the dystopians and the utopians. Helga's made a very good remark, said, well, digital humanism might be the space in between the dystopian and the utopian. So my first invitation to you would be, where would you position yourself in this utopian and dystopian? And then secondly, what would you say, how would you describe the next 30 years living in a society where we have machines with this kind of intelligence? We don't know if it's intelligence. What would this word look like? I would start with you, Alison, if you allow me. Can you elaborate on this question? Can you live with this?
Yeah. My answer is going to be a little wishy-washy because my views have changed in the last 2 months.
Oh.
I was previously convinced that we were on the verge of destruction. And there are very reputable people in the United States who say that this is the case. The AI safety crowd in Washington has a very prominent voice, being funded by open philanthropy and influencing a lot of the approaches the United States is taking. I'm sorry. I keep thinking I have a lapel mic on, and I don't. But recently, I have been making GPT-4 crash. I'll say a little bit more about that tomorrow, and I'm starting to think it's not so smart after all. So that makes me a little bit more optimistic. I will say that if we continue to go the path we're going, without any reflection on what the machines that we use, especially social media, have an effect on our ability to think, to concentrate, have an effect on our mental health. There are all these things that have been demonstrated. If we don't intervene to better that, we're going to be a particularly dumb nation, and that's going to be worrisome for the world. The way I like to think of it is, if we don't come to terms with the increased automation of our society, it will be like being trapped in, some kind of inferno where you cannot reach a human being. You're just constantly talking to machines. So that's why I think the right to appeal to a human is a fundamental human right that I'd like to see enshrined in law. And I could say a lot more, but I want to hear what others have to say.
No, don't worry. We have enough time. We have time to talk about anything that we want in those. May I? Somehow, you made, at least for me, the very strong point that what we have seen in the area of AI is this shift from public or state sphere to private sphere. So we have this topic of concentration of power in this area. What role does this polarization play, or this shift from public to power with relation to you? Well, you say, well, it's not so smart as I thought, and
yes, that is the question. It's really a problem of power, as Moshe Vardi kept repeating at our July summit, and that the fact of the matter is that this is an ongoing process in the United States. I actually wrote a book that you didn't mention on the privatization of American power. It's called One Nation Under Contract. Okay. And this is a trend that begins under Reagan, but under Democratic administrations alike, where we rely on the market to solve things, and we think that the best solution will emerge if it's produced by the market. Mm-hmm. And what this has done to government is probably something that's difficult for Europeans to comprehend. We've basically outsourced government's brains, and we have hollowed out government so that there's a very kind of symbiotic, strange connection between the private sector, who fulfills contract, and the government. So in my book, Who Elected Big Tech, I really take this a step further to argue that big tech increasingly has greater power vis-a-vis the government, which raises the question of how you rein that in, because an imbalance of power between the people and their government is a problem. But I think if it's the corporations that have power, that's perhaps even more of a problem. They think they're going to solve it all. Someone like Sam Altman would say, who's very bright, by the way, I just disagree with him on this, that you'll solve it with universal basic income. In other words, you just automate everything. We're moving forward to the brave new future, and everybody will have like a minimum working wage. Well, that fundamentally misunderstands what human dignity consists in. You know, people, and Elizabeth Anderson is a very good philosopher writing at the University of Michigan, who is writing a 3-volume set on egalitarianism in human history. It's going to be fantastic, but she points out that humans aspire, they don't want equality of income, they want equality of esteem. They want to be respected for what they do. They want to be thought to be making a meaningful contribution to society. And obviously universal basic income does not address that deep human need that we all have to belong to something and to be able to contribute to that community.
Okay. Dear Edward Lee, one element in your presentation gave me the idea that you might be more on the utopian side. And this is where when you described the creativity of the tools. When you were talking about the photos and the poem you had, this pirate poem, or but the same question goes to you. Where would you position yourself in the utopian dystopian game, and what would you think will be the next 20 years? What the main topics that we will face with upcoming AI?
Well, Michael, you know the difference between an optimist and a pessimist?
I'm not so sure.
So, an optimist believes that we live in the best of all possible worlds, and the pessimist agrees. So, I mean, on that front, I guess I do lean a little bit more towards the optimist side, in the sense that I think we're clearly seeing a new technology. Okay, I definitely feel like this is a new technology on the scale of potential impact, like the printing press. And I think that, as with many human-developed technologies since writing, it serves potentially as an intellectual prosthesis. And I think humans, however, have an incredible track record of using technology to perpetrate atrocities on each other. And I think there's very much possibilities of using this technology in that way, as well as possibilities of using it in much more constructive ways. Unlike the Max Tegmarks and the sort of runaway dystopian people, I find the humans the scarier part of the partnership here between the technology and the humans. I don't think we're going to be facing an issue where the machines are taking over the world. I think the humans are really the ones that we should be worried about. And the mechanisms in which they use the technology are the real potential threats. Now, in terms of what I think we might see over the next 30 years, well, let me speak. In addition to some of this dabbling in sort of philosophical issues that I do, I also am a serious engineer, and I write a lot of software. And I work pretty intensively with graduate students on building systems. And I have become convinced over the last few months that in the very near future, nobody will be writing software without assistance from LLMs. I just think it's not going to be practical. You simply won't be able to keep up unless you're using this technology to assist you in the process. And I think one of the aspects of that, and I have actually been using the technology in part to teach me. So, I recently wanted to learn a bit about Rust because it's an interesting, relatively new language that has the capability of being a lot safer than C in designing embedded systems. And I didn't know anything about Rust. And so I was using ChatGPT to teach me Rust. And it was way more efficient than going and reading a book about it or anything that I've otherwise encountered. I gave it a piece of C code and said, can you give me code that does the same thing in Rust? And it did. And I learned a bunch of stuff about Rust that way. And so those kinds of uses, I think, are really in this category of an intellectual prosthesis. And I think we're going to see a lot of situations where if you're not using the LLMs, you're not going to be able to keep up. You're not going to be competitive in your field. And so I think one of the things we need to be thinking about is how do we educate young people to use this technology responsibly and to really understand its limitations. So for example, the large language models are not a search engine. And if you try to use them as a search engine, you're shooting yourself in the foot because they're going to give you stuff that is just made up. And that's not what you get from a search engine. I mean, you get a lot of stuff that's made up from a search engine too, but it's made up by humans, right? And it's written out there somewhere. And you get a pointer to where it came from, so you can trust or not trust that source, right, with a search engine. A language model is not a search engine. You should not use it as a search engine. It is not a substitute for a search engine. And that's something that we need to make sure that everybody understands that who's using this technology. Otherwise, they're going to misuse it.
Okay.
Can I just add a quick thing? Are you aware that Microsoft has integrated Bing into the most recent version of GPT-4?
Yeah, I mean, Google has too. The example that I showed, can you melt eggs? But I mean, the way Google has done it is that there's a little snippet of response that's at the top of the search engine results, but at least they're still giving you the search engine results. Mm-hmm. And so, my advice is if you're looking for factual information, just ignore that first part, okay, that came from the AI, and go to the sources that are linked.
Okay. Thanks, Edward. Thomas, you gave a very impressive presentation as well. We'll have some. I think we should have some time to discuss this more in detail. This thesis of the brand and so on. But let's start. What is your idea? What is your inclination to this? Well, to this moment in history where we see most of the distinguished persons are saying, well, this is a very dangerous technology comparable to nuclear power or cloning or so. What is your takeaway from your historic work to this question?
Yes. So as a historian, on the occasions that I get invited to this kind of interdisciplinary thing, then the questions at the end always are like, oh, thank you for talking about history. Now, tell us about the future. And one of the things as a historian that you spend your time, particularly a historian of computing, people have always talked about computing so much in terms of predictions and the future. And reading those old predictions, one thing you learn is that people are essentially always wrong. Even the people who turn out to be right in the end. Like, for example, the famous book, The Network Nation from the 70s about computer-mediated communication. And when I first read that in the 90s, I thought, none of that happened. And Within the last few years, basically all of it's happened, but they predicted it would happen in the 1980s. So it's incredibly hard to be right, and that makes me instinctively more cautious. I'd say I'm pessimistic, I think, overall. I'm going to offer just a couple things. So one of them is I don't believe that we will have AGI in the next 20 years, right? But again, it comes back to that question of branding and what there really is. But I don't know, the technologies that we do have, like ChatGPT, are incredibly good at generating things that seem authoritative, but have no concept of facts, right, as we heard. It's not that they're going back to the database. They're making things that statistically seem like authoritative statements, or possibly inaccurate statements, because they're also soaking up, text of all kinds found in the database. So basically, I would see it as, in the philosophical sense associated with Harry Frankfurter, automating bullshit, right? So the distinction is between the bullshitter and the liar is, the liar has respect for truth and knows that what they're telling is wrong and is motivated by some specific desire, whereas the bullshitter has no idea of whether what they're saying is true or not and doesn't care. So you may think of the old-fashioned AI as dreaming of the expert system that would be based on facts and have rules that would encode the best human expertise. And now it's basically like an automated Donald Trump that will stand there and just speak and say things that seem, right in the moment, but has absolutely no concern with checking or expertise or those things. And the implications, I think, of making that capability available at an extremely low price. Many people have already recognized the possibility of personalized misinformation. In general, it seems like we're in a world where expertise is on the defensive and, bullshit is on the rise. And I can only see it as exaggerating that trend. Putting it into search engines seems to me like a dreadful idea. Probably to all of us like a dreadful idea, but it's happening. And I also think some of the concerns, so I'll offer just two historical insights. So one of them is, in many ways, what's happening now is not at all unusual historically. My history of capitalism class starts before the American Revolution, but at the time of the formation of the United States, about 90% of the population there worked directly on agriculture. And today in the US, about 1.7% of the population works on agriculture, broadly conceived to include fishing and forestry and so on. And if you'd asked the people then, could they imagine as a society a couple hundred years in the future where 90% of the jobs have basically vanished and that everyone will still be doing things, it would have been very hard for them. And then later on, of course, the focus shifts to manufacturing, and manufacturing is automated. And today, a relatively small number of people work in manufacturing compared to the peak around the start of the 20th century, and way more stuff is produced. Things got, again, more efficient. So I think what's unusual is not so much automation causing displacement, the elimination of work for large numbers of people, but that it's coming basically for us, right? For journalists, for academics, for people who make words and talk for a living and sit on stages. And the idea that it's happened to us, it suddenly is, I think, a lot more threatening than when it was happening to other people. And therefore, it's much more prominent in the discourse driven by people like us in the public sphere. So that's one kind of historical lesson, right? Automation is not new, it's just reaching a different part of the workforce at this point. The other one is, I think a bubble in AI investment is going to burst. And I feel confident saying that because you might think, to call that, you have to say, well, is AI going to be a really important technology or not? And history tells us you don't. So railroads in the US were an incredibly important technology, and I think we can all agree the internet has turned out to be a pretty big deal. But there was a speculative bubble driven by European investors in American railroads that led to a run-up in share prices, construction of far more track than anybody needed, and a collapse and consolidation of the industry. It wasn't that the railroads weren't important, but they still got massively overinvested. Then you look at the internet, the boom in dot-com stocks in the late 90s. It wasn't that the internet wasn't just as important as everybody thought, but nevertheless, the value of the NASDAQ decreased massively, and most of the value of investments vaporized. So I think whether or not AI turns out to be, the specific AI-branded technologies turn out to be incredibly important, I think it's pretty much 100% that there's going to be a speculative bubble in investment that bursts and destroys vast quantities of money.
It is exactly what I meant when I said we will have to digest for the next weeks. It's very interesting what you're saying. Just one additional question, because it's so urgent. I mean, in the world I live, the policy world I live, everybody is treating AI as we know it, and you were talking about the concept and the definition, but let's call it AI for a moment, as one of the most powerful tools, engineering tools, humankind has developed in decades or in its lifetime, which is able to produce harm and anything. So the discourse starts with this statement. I just wanted to understand if you are thinking as a historian, if this proposition is true, that AI, as we know it in application that we know, is a very powerful tool, which is which is the subject of our discussion now. So what do you think about it? Because I got a little bit confused about your concept. You were showing the development of AI and the non-existing winters. You had a wonderful definition. AI is a discipline named after an unreachable goal. So yeah, wonderful, wonderful. Can you elaborate a little bit on this question?
Yeah. I think many disciplines carry more descriptive titles, right?
More?
Well, say computer engineering, biology, right? They're named after a practice that actually exists at the time of their formation, or they're named after a part of the natural world, sociology, right? I find it hard to think of another major field of academic study that's named after the so far unrealized dream of the founders to achieve something. Maybe peace studies?
Political science?
What's that? Political science.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the scientificness is aspirational, but at least politics exists. In terms of the winters, I would say there was a real AI winter that was forecast in 1984 and came to exist by the end of the 80s and lasted for 15, 20 years. I think some people have argued in retrospect that there was an earlier AI winter that existed in the 70s, even before the concept of AI winter was derived. And I don't believe there's any evidence for a broadly based AI winter in the 70s of the same kind that did occur in the 90s. But I would like to hear what you have to say rather than speak any more myself.
Okay, Joseph, let's turn to you.
Yes, okay, so I am neither a dystopian nor a utopian, first of all. And also we should distinguish between dystopians. So there are dystopians who talk about singularity, for instance, or very stupid things, okay, so let's forget about that. Personally, I share the enthusiasm of Ed Lee about LLMs. I think it's something that will prove to be very, very useful for the development of knowledge, and it will mark the evolution of humanity, I think, because the LLMs solve a problem that has remained open since the beginning. It's the problem of treatment of natural languages. And what has surprised me is that they proposed they use a very, very naive algorithm, prediction of the next word in a sentence using some probabilistic model to build some discourse that makes sense, okay, and captures some aspects of the semantics of language and some aspects also of common sense knowledge that we use. So this is great. I cannot deny this, but also we should be aware of the limitations of this approach. The fact that LLMs can generate inconsistencies because you don't have a model, a semantic model behind that controls the consistency of what they produce. So we should, it's a very useful tool, and I share to some extent the enthusiasm. I think technology is like a knife. You can kill somebody, or you can use it purposefully to do something useful. And regarding in particular LLMs, and just to take an example, concrete example, ChatGPT, I think that, of course, ChatGPT can be used, or LLMs, to improve productivity of programmers, for instance, can be in systems engineering, that can be very useful. But on the other hand, I would hesitate to leave ChatGPT in the hands of young pupils, for instance, okay? Because it's very important when they are educated to cultivate their imagination, their creativity. I will tell you a story about the son of a friend of mine. His name is George. I mean, it's a Greek name. So George had a duty to write a text about Ireland, and wrote a very nice text. So he was proud. Went to his father and said, "This is my text, okay?" And the father reads. He was surprised because the style was very refined, etc. And suddenly he sees that talks about Irish beer and things like that. Says, "George, but where did you find this?" But it's in ChatGPT. I think I would not leave ChatGPT in the hands of young children, okay? Although ChatGPT can be very useful for an engineer, okay? So I think you have these two sides of use of any technology. And if we discuss today, it's because the institutions, the public authorities have not taken any measures to regulate the use of all these technologies, okay? And this is a problem. The problem is not that AI will destroy humanity. No technology can destroy, I mean, there is no technological determinism, okay? I think it's very simple. It's a matter of responsibility of our society. Do we want to regulate the use of these technologies? If we don't regulate, I think there is a clear risk, and I agree with you. The risk is that humans become too dependent on machines, and they don't cultivate their sense of responsibility. And I see this also in students, students who ask, for instance, or young people who ask, what is the profession I will choose, okay? And this, you see, for humans to manage their responsibility is a burden also, okay? It's not, because managing your freedom has a cost, okay? And the easy way for young people would be to use these tools to make decisions for which they will not feel responsible as we used to feel when we were young. So I think that this should be regulated somehow. Mm-hmm. And this is, so just to conclude, very, very important discoveries, very important technologies, and no doubt they can be useful, but their use should be regulated. And this is the responsibility of our society.
Mm. I just wanted to add something, and perhaps, Joseph, you could, I mean, you were talking of LLM, and so because, well, but 2 years ago, the OECD had a conference. It took 1 week. It was about AI in science. So there was, call it for medicine, physics, astronomy, mathematics, every discipline was there. And it must be a very, very intensive meeting. I've just, some of the reports I have seen, and this is far more. This is more. And most of those scientists say, well, we have an explosion in science as well. It's not just about LLM, it's about machine learning techniques and so on. So my question is, isn't this far more than just LLM and children not using them? But
no, the other thing is the impact that can have the use of AIs in the production of knowledge. And this will have a huge impact, I think. And the problem is whether humans will be able to develop, to co-develop with scientific knowledge with machines or not. Just to give you an example. Today we can train what I call, kinds of oracles to make predictions, social phenomena, economic phenomena, or physical, geophysical phenomena. For instance, there is a well-known project that is supported also by Google to predict earthquakes. So how it works, you have a neural network and you train the neural network, you monitor what happens over the planet, and this neural network will learn how to predict earthquakes much better than you can do, and there are articles about that, by using theories, okay? So AIs will allow us to develop a new kind of science where we will have a limited understanding of the results, but it will be useful also in meteorology. For instance, in weather forecast, there are some interesting results of use of AI, okay. So this will be a breakthrough. We will have predictability without understanding. So science, or the development of scientific knowledge, will tend to be more empirical than based on rationalism. And this is a shift also. This should give us a pause, okay? Because the question is whether machines will develop a kind of science or parascience that will evolve without our understanding and without our control.
Thomas, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so let me give you the dystopian version of that, right? And I agree, right? Where we hear about protein folding and so on, it's pretty amazing. But the realities of academic life, like for most of us at least, people are publishing more than they used to because there's a culture of bibliometrics and citation counting. The publications are not necessarily getting better. Making that more productive means being able to generate more bad papers quickly to increase those productivity and gain the numbers. I get like 10 invitations a day that go to my spam folder to give keynotes at fake conferences with suspiciously generic titles. And some people must be accepting those, and the fake journals. And already, and that's without having AI to help you be more productive and generate 10 papers instead of one with no more insight to go around between them. And so then, of course, the difficulty is finding people to review things, which is a huge challenge already. So the reviewers are going to be using AI to help them review things. And of course, no one is going to have time to read all this because already the production of papers is not driven by any interest in reading them, but by a professional need to produce them. So everyone is going to be relying on AI to read them for them. And the humans, and you would have to ask, like, what does it mean that we've made scholars, you know, in many areas at least, like more productive with these tools, if that's the situation that we finish up in? Meanwhile, at least across the humanities, tenure-track jobs essentially don't exist, and people are facing a life of being a precarious adjunct, barely earning enough money to live without benefits, and I'm not sure AI is particularly going to help with that problem.
Okay, just let's keep here for a second. In Austria, we have a little program called AI for Green. It's a program which is dealing, well, with applications related to climate change and AI. And one of our leading projects is called AI for Trees. And what is fascinating about this project is that it seems that in the first time, at least at Helmet, they have found the possibility to fully simulate the growth of a tree, of a specific tree. And this includes very relevant information about the nature of this tree, which hasn't been possible before. So this is a scientific effort which is enabled by AI, and we have hundreds of other stories. So what you are talking about is more the question of how communication in science will work with publications and so on. But don't you think that, again, a question to you, don't you think for a historian, don't you think that you will be able to write better books and have a deeper insight in historical effects using AI tools?
I mean, we can definitely, thanks to technologies that already exist, like word processing, full text database, being able to access some archives online, be more productive in terms of turning out more words of history than we used to. But the problem already is not so much a lack of work being generated as a lack of people who are interested in reading it. But again, I do not consider myself a scientist.
Okay.
I'm a scholar, but in the US, I know in German everything is a science.
Okay.
In the US, we have a distinction of humanities and science and social science and natural science, and history overwhelmingly today thinks of itself as being in the humanities rather than even being in the social sciences.
Alison,
Yeah, just to make things a little livelier, I'm going to disagree with you on that because I use GPT-4 to search for patterns that I thought were there. I kind of write books about things, people say, I write books about things that are hidden in plain sight. And I just wrote a book proposal for Who Elected Big Tech using GPT-4. That normally would have taken me at least 6 months with a team of research assistants. I did it in a matter of weeks because I suspected certain patterns were there. I could use it to help me find the patterns, and then I could drill down into that to find the sources to support those patterns. So it's an incredible pattern recognizer. And a lot of scientific thinking starts with some pattern recognition. So it's not going to replace science, but it's a wonderful artificial assistant.
And Edward, you were saying you are already using GPT-4, and you were saying, well, the software engineer of the future, it will be a part of his daily work to use these tools. Do you think that we will have better software with AI tools?
I'm not sure. I don't know about whether it will be better, but it'll be produced faster. And with fewer engineers required to produce it. I think, this is one of those situations where there is a threat to jobs, and it's a very real threat. I'm intrigued by your tree simulation example here. Is this, when climate change has eliminated all trees, at least we'll be able to have realistic trees in the metaverse? Is that the advantage of this? I'm not so sure. But on a less glib note, I have been on a bit of a campaign in my own community in computer science that I think we are doing computer science conferences all wrong, because the emphasis in computer science conferences these days is on publishing papers that are novel in the sense of being what Thomas Kuhn kind of railed against, what science should not be, which is incremental accretion of knowledge. And yet that's what the emphasis is with the papers that get submitted to computer science conferences, the papers that get accepted. Novelty is the primary criterion, not utility to the conference attendees, right, which is a completely different criterion. And as a consequence, I think most of the papers that get published in the top computer science conferences are actually being written for the AIs. I think, as Thomas points out, that it's only going to be the AIs reading them. I go to these conferences, and I am hard-pressed to find a title that looks like a talk that I would like to listen to, because they're all, little esoteric increments on some narrow thing that, maybe 3 people in the audience have enough background to have, get what the significance of that novelty is. And we're requiring people to fly halfway around the world to present these papers. So the carbon footprint of this rather ineffective gathering of people is, I think, unconscionable. And I think we need to rethink conferences and think of them as, this is sort of a digital humanism theme. The purpose for the conference should be to bring people together to share our insights. That's a different objective than adding incremental bits of fact to the body of recorded knowledge, which is, in my view, just the wrong objective for a conference.
Okay, I would propose to have this our second topic, and then we'll skip over to you. The second topic would be the topic of regulation. Well, a lot of things happened in the last, weeks, months in this area. I've brought along a photograph this is a photograph of a European Commission body who are discussing about the AI regulation. And sorry, this is a photo. The title is EU's AI Act negotiation hits the brake over foundation models. So what we have seen now, it just means that, the discussions now in Europe have become very complicated, because it's not only Parliament against Council, but it's about larger countries against smaller countries and so on and so forth. At the same time, we see discussions about global governance of AI on all levels. We have last week, or 14 days ago, we had this Bletchley conference. 25 countries, China on board, US, even King Charles was speaking about digital humanism and so on. Then we have UN. So Guterres was announcing to think seriously about an IPCC for AI, or a kind of international organization, or an organizational landscape even. So I wanted to start asking you a little bit, what is your view about this? Having now discussed a little bit the character of the challenge, are we hunting ghosts here, or is this a kind of overreaction about an issue which isn't so dramatic? Or what I can say, the AI Act is very high on the political agenda in Europe, all over. If it stops, I think it will have tremendous impact on various topics in Europe. So my question would be, what do you think about those global governance endeavors? Is this necessary? Should we follow it? What's your take on this? Alison, may I start with you again?
Sure. Well, I'm about to speak on this very topic tomorrow, so I won't go into great detail. Okay. But I would just point out to you that I think in many ways our attention is not focused properly because of the very hype that you talked about. The real challenge is the number of elections in democracies in the next year, which are going to layer generative AI onto a social media system that is fundamentally broken. And that, to me, is the real clear and present danger, which is why I'm doing everything I can to try to see to the repeal of Section 230. I learned in July that Europeans don't know what Section 230 is. Maybe you do now, but if you don't, it's 26 words in U.S. statutory law that say that companies, the social media companies, are platforms, not publishers. It creates this fictitious entity called a platform, which is a falsehood because they're curating their content via recommender algorithms. And because of that, they're not liable for anything that appears on the platform. If we just got rid of these 26 words, we would fundamentally change the internet as we know it. In advance of the elections, it would not be a partisan initiative since both parties have spoken about this. And the big tech would be furious, but I think it would make for a better internet, ultimately. You'd essentially usher in a Web3 world, hopefully with more decentralized autonomous organizations rather than these enormous monopolies on public discourse.
And this section 230, you were talking about, you're addressing a regulation with respect to this paragraph, or what is your...
It's a very simple campaign, Acts 26 words. It's just 26 words. It's not even, it's really easy to get people to agree to get rid of something. It's much more difficult for them to come up with a replacement, which is what everybody's been saying. I'll talk more about this tomorrow, but just briefly, everybody's been saying that it's broken, and this is relevant to you because we export this to other countries, okay? A lot of people don't realize that. Washington says it's broken, the Biden administration says it's broken, we need to repeal it and then replace it with something. That would be horrific to do with the elections coming up, right? It will look like the Democrats are trying to fix the elections. But get rid of it. It's clean, it's easy, and I'm doing my best to argue for that.
Very interesting.
I would like to comment a little bit. I don't know very much about the AI Act. I learned quite a bit 3 weeks ago at this conference in Crete that had a whole session about it. And it really gave me a tremendous admiration for what the Europeans are trying to do. It's, I think, you know, as an American, I envy this, right? I think the process is great. It's incredibly challenging. I mean, one of the things that I learned at this session from very smart legal scholars who really understand how to reason about this thing is that it's very hard to define what's being regulated. And they've gone through several iterations where, you know, they find they have draft legislation that, well, actually, if you read it literally, it means regulating everything. And that's not what they intended to do. And, you know, so then you have to refine it. And it's very difficult to get it right. But there are some very concrete proposals that I've seen that are, I think, potentially very effective and really should be on the table. One of the very simple ones is that in order to put into the public a foundation model, that an organization would be required to provide a service that is able to recognize something that was produced by that foundation model. Okay, so a very simple way to do this, right, would be if ChatGPT simply logged its output in a database. It doesn't have to be a public database, right? It keeps a private database of everything that ChatGPT has said, and then it provides an API where you can upload something and just ask it, did ChatGPT say this? And it'll work like a plagiarism detector where it'll look at similarity of texts and will give you an answer, yes, no, or maybe there's something sort of this similar, or you know, something like that, right? And so that's a very technologically simple thing to do. I'm not a legal scholar, so it's hard to think through what all the implications of such a regulation would be. But it strikes me as very actionable, and I would really, you know, like to see people who really understand how to draft legislation and how to understand its implications to look at possibilities like that.
Edward, I would add on another additional question. what, in the case Europe has a regulation, strong working regulation, what would this mean for US?
Well, I think in practice, since you know, most of the companies that have all the power in this they may be U.S. based, but they're worldwide companies, and so whatever Europe does is going to affect them, and it's going to require them to change their practices. And so, I feel like, you know, it may not even really be necessary for the U.S. to have any legislation if Europe gets it right.
Okay. Thomas, what is your? I mean, yeah. It's the first time in history, in AI history, that humankind is talking so intensively about regulation, or is there a moment in history where regulation was on the table?
It wasn't so much of a concern with earlier AI because it didn't work. So the critique of AI that was made previously was AI is a scam and these people are selling snake oil, basically. And the critique of AI now is AI is incredibly powerful and we must do something to stop it, which is a very different critique, and obviously regulation is more appropriate with one of those critiques than with the other. As I think I said in my talk, or in the question period, I think that what this historical analysis of, particularly in the early period, AI was a brand that got attached to some fairly arbitrary things, like machine translation and speech recognition, and some kinds of generative systems. But the projects that got AI attached to them didn't necessarily have that much in common. Now, it could be that now we've got a smaller number of underlying techniques that's underpinning the generative systems and the automatic classification systems. But again, the problem is that if those techniques are so broadly applicable, then you try to regulate those, you're kind of regulating everything. So I think although it's clear that the huge wave of publicity around AI is driving this regulatory moment, focusing on the regulation of specific areas might make more sense. And then, of course, in the big picture, the question also is how much of what we fear in terms of AI is really coming from AI, and how much of it is coming from capitalism and the world order and the power of big tech. So, for example, does the world need billionaires? All right? There's a great faith in the kind of Silicon Valley, investment culture that the world absolutely needs billionaires, that billionaires are smarter than the rest of us, that they will make good decisions, and that billionaires instead of government should be the ones, making these important decisions. And then you look at someone like Elon Musk, who spent $44 billion on Twitter and has no understanding of Twitter's business model or why it would be worth anything or any of that. And if we had a different taxation system in which it was essentially impossible to be a billionaire, that might be a more effective kind of regulation in some ways, or a more aggressive antitrust and enforcement thing, such as the EU has been leading the way with, and a breaking up of big tech things. Like, do we need to have something, say, like, Amazon, a company that has the streaming service and, brings us our dog food and dominates the cloud computing industry? Is there a public benefit of having all that in the hands of one company that outweighs the costs? So I would kind of probably look more structurally rather than just, oh, AI is the exciting shiny object, let's like seize this and get something done. Maybe that's politically the only way it's possible, but I'm not sure it would produce the best results.
Okay. So you're pleading for different kind of regulations, so to say, more economic regulations, which is, well, very interesting. Would love to follow you behind this door, but I just wanted to like to finish this round with Joseph. One issue, Joseph, is that we are not talking about a kind of, not only about European regulation or national regulation, but a global regulation. So we have not so many examples having a global regulation. One is nuclear power, I would say. There are regulations regarding weapon production, so chemical or biological weapons. But my question is more in this direction. Do we really need a kind of real global institutional landscape around AI, as Guterres and a lot of people are claiming?
Yes, probably we need some regulations that are applicable globally. But first of all, I would like to say that I am not at all impressed by all the efforts they are supposed to do. I mean, the governments or the discussions, they produce empty texts. I find this completely, completely ridiculous. Even in the text, they don't explain something that is very important. The technological risk from what I call anthropogenic risk. So just to give you an example, if I have a car, the car should be safe, should be secure. Safe means that I will have no problems, I will not be killed just because of problems of the car. It should be secure. Secure means that it cannot be stolen, etc. And then the way I use the car, or everybody uses the car, if I have an accident, etc., how I use the car, I can kill people, etc., it's my responsibility. So I think that this should be clearly distinguished. So if we are talking about LLM, one problem is the safety of LLM as a technology, okay? Can it be safe or not? This is a very important question. How we can make LLM safe? What it means making LLM safe? It means that it will not produce information, knowledge, that can be used for bad purposes or can offend the dignity of people or whatever, okay? This is the technological problem. And the technological problem is not discussed, or is discussed in a very naive manner. How the people say of Microsoft, whatever, or big tech companies discuss the problem of AI safety. I have a ChatGPT, okay? It's unsafe, potentially, but then let's add something here, some other device that will control what ChatGPT produces to say, to exclude these answers, etc. I mean, this, from an engineering point of view, this is completely stupid. I mean, it will never work. I mean, it's clear. Because when you design a system, you want to make it safe. From the beginning, safety should be a concern. If you want to make it secure from the beginning, like for any kind of system, okay? You don't build a system in an ad hoc manner and then you say, now let's see how I can make it safe. I mean, this is stupid completely, okay? So all these debates, I see these debates, in particular in the US, are completely, nonsense, okay? So this is one thing, the problem of technological risk. And the problem of technological risk cannot be regulated. I mean, you need precise standards about that. Typically, for instance, for LLMs, you should require some transparency in the way LLMs are trained, okay? How you choose the data sets. Okay, I mean, these are I'm not a specialist in AI, I'm not an expert, but these are things that understands any engineer or any human, okay? That if you train your LLM to produce fakes, okay, it will produce fake. It summarizes what it knows, okay? So here there is the responsibility of big tech companies and also of the governments that do not enforce any rules about that will. So I worked a lot with standards for avionics systems and things like that. The standards require a transparency of all the process of building the system, okay? And any standard requires some transparency, some accountability about how the system is built. So why not to apply the same rules to AI systems? And if there are good technical reasons for not to apply them, this should be explained. So we need this. This is the issue of the technical risk. And then the other issue is the the problem to regulate how now these technologies can be safe or unsafe, because the technology may be unsafe, but I have a responsibility if I use, say, deep fakes, I produce deep fakes, so this should be regulated by law. So this is something different. And it's a pity that governments have not defined even some legal framework that forbids some practices by using AI tools, okay? So I am really disappointed from the emptiness of the debate about the risks of AI and the control, how we can enforce.
Okay.
Yes.
Just coming back to the first topic, that is the standards question. Do you think, or this design, security by design argument that you made, do you think LLM will be able to design LLMs?
The cost of development should be huge, okay? Because you have to select carefully the training sets and filter the data you use, okay? But if you want to make LLM safe, this is the obvious. I don't see, if you make LLM unsafe and then you try to filter the responses, I think that this will be hopeless, okay?
And does anybody know, are there already discussions on standards underway with IEEE or other? No discussions, okay.
No, because when you create a committee, a commission, whatever, in Washington, and you have 10 members and 8 or 9 over 10 are representatives of big tech companies, you cannot find a solution and the technical answer to that, okay?
Edward.
So on the deep fakes question, one of the things, I think tomorrow there's going to be a discussion of democracy, right? And people often think of the deep fakes as a potentially lethal weapon that a politician could, or some supporters of a politician could use against the opposition. But there was a very interesting phenomenon that surfaced just in the last few weeks in California, where a politician made his own deep fake of himself giving a speech fluently in Spanish in order to appeal to the very large Hispanic voter population in California. And, that's a different use of deep fakes than I had thought of. And it's pretty clever. And his argument was, I'm reaching out to my constituency. I don't happen to speak Spanish, but I'd like to speak to these people, and I'd like to speak to them in their language. And so I'm using this technology to help me do that. I don't remember the name, no. But that put a twist in the whole. I mean, there's certainly ethics questions around that, but that's a different ethics question than the one about, creating a pornographic video of someone you're running against or something like that, right? That's a different question altogether.
But there are cases that are, it's very easy to decide. If you create a deep fake porn, for instance, this should be forbidden. It's clear, okay? I understand that the guy wants to believe, to make people believe that he speaks Spanish fluently, but there are cases where the use of deep fakes should be forbidden. Obvious cases.
Yeah. So, I just wanted to invite you to jump in with questions. Would like to open the discussion for the audience. Who wants to start? We can pick up the topics we had in our discussions. We can take additional one. George and Mr. Thun-Hohenstein. George, do you want to start?
No.
Thank you. On the regulation front, which is moving, there was furious and continues to be furious lobbying for parts of the AI Act. And the reason is that it's the only regulation on the table with real teeth. The rest is self-regulation, which has proven to be a sham and will continue to be a sham. There is other regulation in place, like the Digital Services Act, which has already passed. And this overrides the facility that Article 230 provides. So as far as Europe is concerned, content is challenged via the DSA. Of course, it would be wonderful if Article 230 was removed in the US as well. It should never have been there in the first place. But what I would like to ask the panel is, given all this and your understanding of the landscape, is there any other solution in the longer term than an aggressive antitrust stance towards big tech that could start with blocking some acquisitions and could even reach the point of breaking them up if necessary?
Alison, I think you're the best to answer this.
You know, antitrust requires you to prove that, at least as it's been applied in the past, it requires you to prove that there's a monopoly that is effectively raising prices for consumers. The price point for a lot of these services is zero. It's true, though. Therefore, a lot of the past legislation doesn't apply. That would have to be a creation of Congress, and the Republican Party wants to get rid of government. This is a serious problem for passing any kind of government legislation. So, yes, you know, it's a power problem, but breaking them up within the American context is not going to happen. The interesting thing that is happening is potentially you might get some movement at the state level. There's a very interesting series of lawsuits at the state level against Google and Meta, which is how the United States finally broke the power of the tobacco lobby through states' rulings. So that's promising, but you know, Lina Khan is going up against a juggernaut, and I don't expect her to succeed. You're right that the question is one of power, but the remedies are difficult. But I can tell you right now that two of the most powerful companies, Google and Meta, would hate it if you got rid of 230. They would hate it. That really impact them directly. So that's one way of addressing the power problem. The interesting thing you're saying about the Digital Services Act, I thought it was the E-Commerce Act that provided the limited liability thing for, did that get embedded in the DSA? The original E-Commerce Act? Okay.
Okay, Thomas and Joseph.
Yeah, so on the Section 230 front, I'm not convinced that the tech industry liking it is in itself a good reason to get rid of it. My understanding is that the way it functions is to allow moderation without forcing the platform to take responsibility for everything that hasn't been moderated, right? That without it, you either let people post anything they want and do no moderation at all, or you take responsibility for the truthfulness of everything that's posted on the platform. And this allows the text that's there currently allows tech companies to take down some particularly egregious misinformation or do some selective policing without therefore becoming legally liable for not having removed everything else. And far-right people are cheering on the elimination of this because they believe that regulation of misinformation is political bias, because Others might say they are disproportionately likely to be spreading misinformation and therefore have suffered disproportionately from efforts to clamp down on it. So I'm not at all thrilled by the prospect of removing that, particularly in conjunction with new generative technology that makes the creation of misinformation much, and indeed fake porn, much easier, because the platforms would basically be faced with a choice of finishing their business or ending moderation.
Do you want me to
Yeah,
respond quickly? You know, you're a historian, so we need to go back to the creation of Section 230 and why it was created. You're right, it was to allow for some content moderation. It was also supposed to unleash innovation. And there it was dramatically successful. It built the large social media, it allowed the large social media companies to, take root and grow and become global enterprises. The interesting thing now that you see is the people who were present at the creation of Section 230 are now thinking it should be removed. And part of that reason is assume an ideal world, right? You assume an ideal world, and the companies are wonderful content moderators, right? The fact of the matter, and this is what my book shows, Who Elected Big Tech, quite dramatically, and I can give you countless examples, these companies don't follow any rules. They are making it up as they go along. And that, to me, is far worse. I'll give one example of many. Mark Zuckerberg was on the phone. There are some embargoed documents from the January 6th Commission that are fascinating to look at. Mark Zuckerberg was on the phone multiple times with Donald Trump, saying, you just tweeted that, could you dial it back a little bit? And Trump does it. When people at Twitter said that according to Twitter's rules and regulations, his account should have been shut down in 2016 for the things he was saying. So I agree with you I just think moderating speech is very, very difficult. I'm a big fan of the First Amendment. And what we've done essentially in the United States is we have put the brakes on First Amendment jurisprudence about the virtual public square. And I think it's time to let the courts decide and build that jurisprudence so that we can have freedom of speech and we can have an internet that's remade by perhaps, hopefully, the passage of the EU AI Act. That would be a big plus because there is a Brussels effect.
Okay.
It rebounds to us. Anyway.
Okay. Very, very thrilling topic. Let's continue at the beer and give Joseph the opportunity to. You wanted to say something about this question?
I had a remark regarding the proposal. About to use antitrust laws and vote antitrust laws. I think that we should not miss the point that these companies are not at all controlled and they fix the rules of the game. There is another sector where you have a huge concentration. It's the avionics, civilian and the avionics industry. You have two main players. Nobody complains. Yeah. And nobody complains just because there are rules. There are rules about the safety of aircraft, about, so I don't think that the issue is to vote antitrust laws. We should vote regulations and control these companies, which is very hard to achieve, yes.
Okay, so we have another question. Just we're asking, two. I think we are making two. And then we will close and hand over to the part in the restaurant. Mr. Hohenstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wiesmüller. Well, this is a fascinating panel. Let me nevertheless make a few critical comments because that's also the idea of it. First of all, I'm not a technical expert on AI, but if I remember well, people said it would have been unthinkable 5 years ago to predict that we have something like GPT and GPT-4 as an underlying basis now and not in the 2030s. Yeah. So, for me, this is a cautionary tale. And how many cautionary tales can we still kind of justify And I'm really full of enthusiasm for the empowerment that AI can give us, but we also have to really seriously consider the risks. And I discover in the sublines, it's not taken seriously enough. Yeah, that's the first comment. Second comment is, China is the big elephant in the room. I think it's absolutely necessary that in future events such like this, you invite specialists on AI from China. I mean, and we know that regulation is going on there. The question is, how seriously can we take that regulation? Can something happen there in the labs? The pandemic is just behind us, and so on and so forth. So I think it's a very Western discussion we are having here. It's very important, I agree. But it's even more important, I think, to also reflect on what all of this means relating to China. And the third point is, what is key to me, and I'm always thinking, reflecting, what are my takeaways today regarding the title, Can Machines Save the World? And we have another day coming up, but it's very important that this is the title of this conference, and to really reflect what are the takeaways, or will be the takeaways tomorrow. One important thing for me is digital literacy, or even more important, AI literacy. Really for the whole spectrum of the population. Otherwise, I think it won't work. Yeah, people really need to understand, and one example was already made. I mean, a lot of people are using ChatGPT as a search engine, which is total nonsense. If I want to know my biography, half of it is wrong. But that's what people also do. And that's also an ecological question, because we know what the footprint of ChatGPT is when compared to Google search. So just a few critical comments, and we have another day ahead of us. But it's a brilliant panel. Thank you.
Is anybody who wanted to take up the elephant?
Oh, I'm going to take up the elephant tomorrow. So stay tuned.
Okay. So thanks a lot. Erich, you wanted to have a floor.
Just because I have to respond to this question of regulation of online content. I think it's just one part of a much bigger picture that we definitely need to talk about in digital humanism, which is the ex ante regulation of what could possibly go wrong in the world. So we are living in a world where we see increasing digitization, and hence what human behavior is increasingly regulated by technology, and increasingly people call for an ex ante avoidance of illegality, for example. Yeah? So, and ChatGPT is just the best example, where people say, oh, these systems only need to be speak nicely and factually, and I think that's completely wrong. I believe this is taking away human autonomy. I think we need to live in a world where humans make decisions, including about illegality. So I actually think humans should have the possibility to act illegally, for the most part. But there's also other reasons. I mean, for example, in the sciences, in universities, I can still talk about Nazi symbols, or I can talk about pornography, which is right. This should be facilitated. I don't think we should ex ante regulate that. And that's only to talk about what is already explicitly forbidden. But I mean, for the most part, content regulation nowadays is a business question. It's about what we want these systems to be nice so as to sell them. I mean, that no one's really talking about that. It's not content moderation for the greater good. It's content moderation for sellability. So I guess this poses the question of human autonomy, and I think we should discuss this in digital humanism.
Thanks a lot, Erich. I would like to say something about this. I'm saying that I don't agree, and we will continue at the beer. This is a recent development by OECD. I don't know if you have noticed this. It's called Global Forum on Technology, mainly with the idea that we have to start earlier to discuss on a political level what impact of technology means. It's about neuronal technologies, about quantum, it's about these immersive technologies coming up, and so, because in the case of AI, we might say that we definitely have this problem. We have We have economies all around the world living from them. We just had the idea that we probably need economic regulations more than technological regulations. And if we had 2 or 3 years more time and be faster, the situation could be different. Would be my third topic, and discussion would be the question of time, because we have always, the whole discussion is full with races, yeah? Race, who's running faster. We had this open list, this initiative saying, well, let's stop the whole thing for half a year. It's also a time intervention on time, and I think this is exactly what the OECD initiative is targeting. Let's start earlier with thinking about regulation before it's too late. Ladies and gentlemen, this was an excellent panel. I'm very honored to be an idiot here, or part of this polis. Please give our panelists a very big and long applause. And you will make the rest?
Well, the rest is very short, I promise. So I agree with what you just said, Michael. I think it was a really, really great first day of this conference. I'm grateful to all of you for that. So we will continue. Michael has already announced it several times. We will continue in a restaurant very nearby. It is so nearby that just going out of the door, you turn left, and it's like 45 meters, I say. I could be wrong, but it's just a guess. This is the restaurant called Kaan, K-A-A-N. It will not be difficult for you to find. We have done a deal with a restaurant owner. The restaurant, or the food served tonight, will be a kind of Turkish-Austrian fusion. We will have the starters more to the Turkish, the dessert more to the Austrian side, and the in-between is something in between, right? So this is the food. We will also have music. This comes as a surprise. And there's also wine and water at the tables. Help yourself, that's fine. This is, as I said, our deal with the restaurant owner. You are also welcome to make your own negotiations with the restaurant owner regarding the beer that Michael wants, or the ginger tea, or whatever. This I leave to your own negotiations, if this is an understandable message, I hope. Good. Thank you so much. Starters will be served from 6:30 on. So you can go for a walk, come back in half an hour, but we can also go there now and start with a drink, totally fine. Thank you. Good day. Bye.